Hello, everyone. Roberta, good morning. Buongiorno. Can you hear us? Me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Perfect. Yes, we can hear you. Hello from Rethymno. I just wanted to test with you, first of all, your sound, which is perfect. And second, whether you can present your PowerPoint and if you can manage it correctly. So let's have a try with the shares.
Okay. Okay, just 1 second. Am I allowed to share? Yes.
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Okay, now, hold on, Roberta.
Okay, can you see it?
Give us 1 second to see if we can present it on the big screen. Yes, or and you can change slides if I saw correctly. Yes, excellent. Okay, when it's time, we will introduce you, and you will get to present your
Okay,
paper.
I listen in the meantime. Bye.
Perfect. Thank you, Roberta.
Bye.
See you soon. Good morning, everyone. Kalimera. I just wanted to say because of the time, it's very early in the morning, and because of the weather, we will take another 5 minutes to wait for participants and attendees, okay?
So, can you hear me? Good morning to everybody. I would like to welcome you in the second day of the conference, the first session. And let me introduce Lola Bos, who is a PhD candidate at the University of Amsterdam. Her research focuses on embedded narratives, narrative speeches concerning past or off-stage events in Sophocles' tragedies, aiming to explain their frequent presence by arguing that they allowed Sophocles to experiment, innovate, and to engage his spectators. Her other research interests include the development of the oldest genres of Greek literature, orality and narrative, and the reception of antiquity in 20th century totalitarian regimes. Today, her presentation concerns tragic communication and interpersonal relationships in crisis, Sophocles, Philoctetes, and Trachenia. Lola, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Can you, yeah, you can hear me, right? Okay. It's difficult to name a Sophoclean protagonist who never experiences a crisis in their relationships with other characters. Interpersonal relationships in crisis seem to be at the core of the tragic genre. As my title on the program suggests, my initial plan was to discuss two examples of interpersonal crisis in Sophocles, namely the one between Deianeira and Heracles in Traginiae and the one between Philoctetes and Neoptolemus in Philoctetes, but because of the limited speaking time, I decided to focus only on the Philoctetes in this talk to be able to incorporate more detail in my presentation. But of course, if you want to, we can discuss the Traginiae together during the round of questions. In the Philoctetes, Odysseus and Neoptolemus arrive on Lemnos to fetch Philoctetes, the Greek archer who has been left on this desolate island 9 years ago. While the Greeks were on their way to Troy, Philoctetes was bitten by a snake, and the consequences of his subsequent disease disturbed the Greeks so badly that they decided to abandon him. However, it was prophesied that without Philoctetes' bow, Troy could not fall, and this is why Odysseus and Neoptolemus come to get him. Odysseus convinces Neoptolemus to help him in deceiving Philoctetes. The crisis between Philoctetes and Neoptolemus is the most important one in the play, and the central underlying principle is deception. My presentation is a slight deviation from my PhD research at the University of Amsterdam, which tries to explain the functions of narratives such as messenger speeches in Sophoclean tragedy throughout their effects on spectatorial engagement. Today, I will not only discuss the monological narrative passages through the lens of narratology, as I do usually, but also some dialogical non-narrative parts through the lens of conversation analysis. My main focus lies on language and communication in crisis, because I argue that this helps us to trace the development of the interpersonal crisis throughout the play. That's why I discuss the play linearly, like Marina did with the Dido and Aeneas passage. So I discuss the occurrence of relevant passages as the play unfolds. I will now introduce some of the main concepts that are needed to understand my approach, and others will be elaborated upon later. The theoretical concepts and the secondary literature are on the slides, and the Greek texts are on the handouts. So conversation analysis considers communication as a cooperative process in which interlocutors, however, often have divergent interests. Conversation is characterized by turn taking, so participants speak one at a time in alternating turns. And an important principle underlying communication is that of common ground management. So interlocutors manage the body of knowledge shared between them. And crucial to my interpretation of the crisis in the Philoctetes is the concept of failed communication, which is a failed attempt to modify the mental states of the other person in the desired way. Next to conversation analysis, I use narratology, which considers storytelling as a communicative act. The passage I selected, the narrative passage, has all these characteristics of what a narrative is, and I use the terms narrator and narratee for the person who tells the story and the person to whom the story is told, so the narratee is basically the same as the addressee, or is one of the interlocutors as well. Okay, so it's time to dive into the Philoctetes. During most of this tragedy, Neoptolemus and Philoctetes talk past each other, and the difficult communication starts right at the outset in their first interactions. An example is passage A on the handout. Philoctetes and Neoptolemus have just met, and the audience knows that Neoptolemus knows who Philoctetes is, but they infer that it's part of his deception strategy to pretend that he doesn't. When Philoctetes asks for more explanation using pause I pause, he doesn't get more information because Neoptolemus answers with another question. Conversation analysis and especially the notion of sequence organization can help us to understand the dynamics here. Sequence means that a turn or a first pair part in a conversation is usually replied to by a matching second pair part, and the resulting pairs are called adjacency pairs. Related to this is the concept of preference. So you have preferred and dispreferred second pair parts or responses, where the dispreferred in some way hinders the accomplishment of the activity projected by the first pair part. So when someone asks a question, the preferred response is an expected answer, and the dispreferred response to a question is either an unexpected answer or a non-answer. And in passage A on the handout, a question is almost never followed by a preferred response. When Philoctetes asks, "Do you not know who you are looking at?" he hopes that it will turn out that Neoptolemus does know him after all. The negative formulation is used to maximize the chances of getting this preferred response. However, he doesn't get it. And in turn, he doesn't accept the answer, as you can read on the handout, and he poses the same question again and again gets this preferred response. So this is a recurring dynamic in the conversations between Philoctetes and Neoptolemus. Another interesting aspect is Philoctetes' use of teknon in line 249. A vocative makes a direct appeal to the conversation partner, but more importantly, Philoctetes has chosen teknon over pi. And as Eleanor Dickey argues, teknon is more often used as a kinship term, so by parents to their children. And as a result, when it's used by non-parents, it indicates a special bond with the addressee. And this fits Seth Shine's observation that the word choice reflects Philoctetes' attempt to take a paternal stance towards Neoptolemus. So in a sense, I would say that Philoctetes is trying to repair the unsuccessful communication by presenting himself as a father or a mentor to Neoptolemus, but without success. Neoptolemus' feigned ignorance then leads Philoctetes to erroneously assume that no news about him has reached the other Greeks, which is why he starts narrating a story about his abandonment and his life on Lemnos. And this is passage B on the handout. Philoctetes aims to involve Neoptolemus in his suffering in order to evoke pity in him, with the ultimate objective that Neoptolemus will take Philoctetes home. The relevant concept from conversation analysis here is conversational storytelling, and specifically strategies to involve your narrative, your conversation partner, in your story. And this is where narratology comes in as well. So there are several strategies to involve your narrative. You can address the person directly. You can also use narratorial interventions with explanations so that the person better understands your story. But you can also guide the narratee in how to respond to your story by means of narratorial interventions again, or by means of evaluative words with which you show what you think and what the preferred response would be. You can also use interactional particles such as de, which means something like as you know or obviously. And as Alan argues, this de partly serves as a common ground marker, which means that it plays upon the shared knowledge between the interlocutors. You can also use demonstrative pronouns and meanwhile point to something that's visible on stage in order to draw your narrative in, and combine this with a didactic gesture. In passage B, Philoctetes uses several of these strategies. As you can see, it's marked on the handout. He uses negative evaluative words to indicate to interpret his story. He is morteros and pikos theois, he is talas, and what the Greeks did to him is anosios and aischos. He uses narratorial interventions that indicate how to judge the Greeks, such as the curses in line 275 and 315 to 316. He also twice uses the interactional particle de to appeal to common ground. And he uses many didactics to point to things around him, like ho de heremon, Dairo, Tijde, Tautai, and Tade. These all refer to the cave and the deserted island of Lemnos, and Toxon Tode refers to the bow in his hand. And then he also repeatedly addresses his narrative. He does this very elaborately, for instance, in 260 to 261. And note also that, again, he uses teknon and thus appeals to a paternal role. Other examples of addresses are, of the narrative are pi and pseudeteknon and oteknon, which is used repeatedly. And these also mark the structure of the story, so they serve to guide Neoptolemus' attention throughout the story. Judging from Neoptolemus' reaction, which you can read at the bottom of page 3 of the handout, the communication seems successful because Neoptolemus corroborates Philoctetes' words. This is similar to what the conversation analysis calls affiliation after a story, which means that the narrative supports the narrator's view. However, in conversation analysis, it's also emphasized that stories are designed to implement actions. In this case, I would say that the intended action is that Neoptolemus brings Philoctetes home, something no one has ever done yet, as Philoctetes has explained in lines 310 to 311. However, this does not happen, so Neoptolemus' affiliation doesn't lead to any action. After this, a deception story follows in which Neoptolemus lies to Philoctetes by saying that he has also been wronged by the Greeks because they have denied him Achilles' arms. Neoptolemus announces to sail for his home, and then Philoctetes asks him to bring him home as well. It seems to the audience that the deception has succeeded and that Neoptolemus is going to take Philoctetes to Troy while pretending that he will take him home. But then a false merchant sent by Odysseus enters the stage and announces that it was prophesied that Troy couldn't be sacked unless Philoctetes was convinced to come to Troy. Neoptolemus nonetheless continues his deceptive communication. He pretends to Philoctetes that he will take him home, while the audience knows that he still wants to bring him to Troy. Soon after, Philoctetes suffers from an attack of his disease that prevents him from leaving. And passage C on the handout is another example of difficult communication. Neoptolemus asks Philoctetes about the cause of his screaming, and a preferred response would be an expected answer, so mentioning the illness as the cause of the screaming. But Philoctetes only gives dispreferred responses in the form of non-answers, saying, "You know it, and how can you not know it?" But there's more to it. The audience knows that Neoptolemus already knows that the illness is the cause of the screaming. So Zimmermann here argues that she seems to think that line 755 really is Neoptolemus' acknowledgement of Philoctetes' wound as the source of his pain. So she thinks that the source of pain was really not clear to Neoptolemus. But I think that this line 755 confirms that Neoptolemus does know what it is about. So his motive for asking questions is not a lack of knowledge. I argue that this is the start of his moral crisis, and the spectators infer that his question in 757, Tideta Draso, is not so much directed at Philoctetes, but more at himself. It is a moral reflection on the question of whether it's still right to continue the deception against such a defenseless man as Philoctetes. Philoctetes usually falls asleep after an attack of his disease, and therefore he hands his bow to Neoptolemus. He then indeed falls asleep, and Neoptolemus' moral crisis continues because he repeatedly asks himself out loud what he should do. And when Philoctetes then wakes up, Neoptolemus finally tells him the truth, that his goal is to take him to Troy. And this is a turning point in the play. Philoctetes responds furiously, as we can see in passage D on the handout. He repeatedly addresses Neoptolemus with vocatives, with the second person singular, and with rhetorical questions. Neoptolemus, however, remains silent. And conversation analysis helps us to classify Neoptolemus' silence. Silence means that there's no uptake by the interlocutor, so it's a non-response. And as Zimmermann explains on the slide, silence conveys the underlying disposition of a character. So in our case, Neoptolemus does understand what is said, but he cannot respond by words and by actions. And then the question is, why can't he respond? And I'd say that the audience infers that strong emotions are the cause of Neoptolemus' silence, so his moral crisis again. And then, as you can see on the handout, as a result of Neoptolemus' silence, Philoctetes begins to speak about him in the third person. You can see it in the words posphone and horai in 934 and 35. So he doesn't speak to him, but about him. And he addresses his environment instead. This is indicative of Philoctetes' social isolation. So the first contact after years of loneliness has turned out to be a deception, and he then turns to his natural surroundings, his only companion, and he no longer attempts at reconnecting with Philoctetes. So here the interpersonal crisis reaches its climax. I will summarize what follows. Odysseus interferes, and then after some action that's not really important to us now, Neoptolemus decides to give the bow back to Philoctetes. The transfer of the bow marks a strong improvement in the relationship between Philoctetes and Neoptolemus, but we'll see that it's still precarious. Neoptolemus then tells Philoctetes a story about the prophecy in an attempt to convince him to come to Troy. Philoctetes is again not convinced, and he again doesn't speak to Neoptolemus but about him. It seems as if the communication will not be reestablished, but then Philoctetes does make contact, and he begins to beg Neoptolemus to bring him home. And Neoptolemus makes another attempt to convince Philoctetes through the prospect of his destined healing at Troy. But Philoctetes again doesn't agree. However, the failure of communication has come to an end, as we see in passage E on the handout. In the part up to line 1386, Neoptolemus does his best to convey his message carefully so as not to damage his bond with Philoctetes. And here the conversation analysis concept of politeness is relevant. As Lloyd observes, Sophocles exploits politeness phenomena for specific dramatic purposes. So politeness means deviating from both on record direct communication in order to reduce face threat, because communication involves the risk of losing face. It's polite to downgrade what you're saying, and it's impolite to upgrade it, so to formulate it more strongly. In passage E on the handout, Neoptolemus is less direct and more polite with Philoctetes than he was before, which is indicative of their changing relationship. Neoptolemus, for instance, explicitly concurs with Philoctetes in line 1373 when he says leges men aikote. And in 1381, Neoptolemus doesn't say what is best for you and me, but what I see is best for you and me. And this is a form of downgrading by means of hedging, which is called a committer. So it's a more polite form to say it. And then Neoptolemus doesn't say, why should I be ashamed, but why should one be ashamed, using the impersonal subject tis. And this is again a form of downgrading by means of impersonalization. Neoptolemus also emphasizes their bond of friendship by juxtaposing you and I, soite kai moi, and by repeatedly using forms of philos that are also marked on the handout. Such signs of affection are a politeness strategy because they reduce the risk of losing face for the addressee. Then in the second half of passage E on the handout, Neoptolemus shifts to a more direct and thus a potentially more face-threatening way of communicating. But still, he tries to foster the communication, for instance, with line 1389, where he says, Femido us mantanijn. With this sentence, which is a meta comment, he tries to get the communication back on track. In earlier passages, Philoctetes and Neoptolemus talked past each other, as we have seen, but now, in contrast, they pick up on what the other person says. And the conversation analysis term for this is lexicosemantic alignment. This means that interlocutors adapt to each other's speech by copying the other person's choice of words, which leads to greater understanding and more successful communication. In our example on the handout, we also see lexicosemantic alignment in the parallelism in several sentence pairs. So we see kaitais gynae responded to with aisgynoite, emoi and soi, mantanijn and oida, and ekbalontas and ekbalontes. As a result, the communication is successful, but we should still be aware that Neoptolemus and Philoctetes still only seem to agree to disagree. I will now briefly summarize the final parts of the tragedy. Philoctetes for the last time begs Neoptolemus to bring him home, and he finally gives in. As Neoptolemus and Philoctetes begin to leave the stage, the audience knows that the interpersonal crisis has been resolved, but that the state of affairs is still not in line with the will of the gods. After all, the prophecy required that Philoctetes had to come to Troy. And this is then solved by the arrival of Heracles ex machina, who says that Philoctetes has to come to Troy with Neoptolemus, where Philoctetes will be healed, kill Paris, and sack the city. Philoctetes and Neoptolemus consent, and Philoctetes bids farewell to the island, and the chorus end the play with an exhortation to leave. Now that we have reached the end of the tragedy, the last issue I want to discuss are the metaphors used to refer to the crisis. In the first part of the play, the crisis is induced by deception, which Neoptolemus therefore cannot directly refer to. The language of disease trickles down in his covert terms on the interpersonal crisis and his own moral crisis. I've collected some examples at F on the handout. And then when Neoptolemus has changed his mind and he doesn't deceive Philoctetes anymore, he falls silent, and the silence itself becomes the metaphor of the crisis. And this is then in turn emphasized by Philoctetes talking to his natural surroundings, influenced by his years of social isolation. A last interesting aspect regards the word logos, which is often used throughout the play. And I argue that it comes to carry this charge of deceit and of trickery, and thus metaphorically also refers to the interpersonal crisis. Okay, so it's time to wrap up. I hope to have demonstrated that not only the language used to talk about the crisis, but more importantly, the language and communication in the crisis can help us to better understand the interpersonal relationship in crisis in Sophocles' Philoctetes. I've talked you through the tragedy from beginning to end using narratology and conversation analysis to analyze both monological and dialogical passages. And thus I have traced how Neoptolemus and Philoctetes failed to communicate effectively throughout the play. Deception is the underlying, fundamental underlying principle of the crisis, but Philoctetes' social isolation also strongly contributes to it. I've touched upon conversational storytelling and strategies to involve your narrative in your story, as well as preferred responses, affiliation, silence, and politeness, including strategies to resolve tension or restore breaking contact, thus laying bare the dynamics of the failure of communication. We've seen that Neoptolemus' moral crisis, resulting from the interpersonal crisis, changes his way of speaking to Philoctetes and finally leads to successful communication. This resolves the tension already before Heracles interferes ex machina at the end of the play. I hope to have demonstrated the need to study language and communication in order to understand an interpersonal relationship in crisis. So in sum, I'd say that both the crisis and its solution often appear in the communication. Thank you.
Thank you, Lola, for this for this really well presented paper, which held my interest from beginning to end. Now, I recently presented the paper on Philoctetes as well, so I'm sure that we will have a long discussion during the coffee break. But for now, I wanted to ask you this. So you discussed the passage C, how Neoptolemus knows what it's about, what the crisis is about, the crisis of Philoctetes' illness. You said about how he knows what it's about, and Tidita Draso, the last verse, is politeness. He knows what it is about, but he doesn't want to say it himself.
Well, thanks for your question. I wouldn't say it's politeness, but I would say that it's not really communication with Philoctetes, but more like speaking to himself. So it's not really, he doesn't want a response from Philoctetes by this answer, but it's a reflection that he is in a moral crisis and doesn't know what to do.
Okay, so I wanted to make a suggestion, which is relevant to my approach. What if this whole scene and Neoptolemus' stance to Philoctetes' crisis has to do with his wound. So his wound, we know from the beginning, is presented as very disgusting. The Achaeans, Odysseus and so, they decided to cast him out. So what if Neoptolemus here does not want to admit how difficult the sight and the smell of the wound of Philoctetes, which is here in its burst, let's say, with pus coming out. I think the description is such, you know, black blood and all that, which means septic wound. What if it's this? I would suggest simply to introduce the notion of disgust and the wound as to a burden to their communication, because perhaps here Neoptolemus is being kind and he does not want to tell him directly, yes, I cannot stand it anymore, it's very, very unpleasant. This is just a suggestion.
Yeah, thanks. I think it can be like, it can exist next to each other, right? So it could complement each other, especially because if we approach it linearly, then here we maybe wonder whether there's a moral crisis, and we maybe think that he's disgusted, and then slightly later on it's confirmed that it was a moral crisis and he decides to tell the truth. So then there's this nice build-up, and it could be a combination of both guilt and disgust, right? Yeah.
Yes, we will discuss this further, I'm very, very sure.
Thank you.
It's not a question just on the debate you had. The question, Tidraso, I agree with you. I mean, I don't remember the context very well, but I remember that Ajax asks a similar question about himself. What should I do? And tragedy is all about having a moral dilemma about what is the proper course of action. So yes, I would go for your view that it's Philoctetes thinking about himself.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with you about the Ajax as well, which is all talking to himself. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Lula, for your insights. Your presentation was really well structured. I would like to focus on the narratological dimension, which I found really fascinating. I mean, about the storytelling dimension. Would you think that, in more general terms, that it works, the storytelling, it works towards the resolution of the crisis? I mean, the reference to past situations, that it would be more of, I don't know, a reminder of the past situations that were resolved, or that it could perhaps ignite the past passions or something like that.
Thanks for your question. Yeah,
Thank
this
you.
links very well to what I do in my dissertation, actually. And I try to argue that indeed these narrative passages have a very important function in the plot. And I'd say that if you go through the play linearly and you see all these narratives occurring, then you see this buildup of suspense, especially because you are reminded of events that happened before, for instance, but also because you get different perspectives. Sometimes you, for instance, know because of an earlier story that what you hear now is a deceptive story, a lying story. So I definitely agree with you that the narratives add to the build-up. So although you could discuss whether tragedy itself is a narrative, that's a big theoretical discussion, I'd say these narratives that are embedded in it help to build up the plot and the experience of the spectators. Yeah.
Great. Yeah. So based on that, and what about, I mean, the choral narratives? I mean, especially you have choral songs and the mythological exempla in them. I mean, the chorus should keep, I mean, a stance more neutral, let's say. So, yeah, we also have the choral narratives.
Thanks.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any question more? Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. And let's go to the second participant, the second speaker of this session on family crisis in classical Greek literature. Roberta Dainotto, online. We'll see Roberta in a minute. Roberta Dainotto received her PhD in the Department of Classics here at the University of Crete, focused on ancient Greek rhetoric and specifically on forensic narrative in the Athenian courts. She has earned BA and MA degrees in classics at the University of Catania in Italy. Her main interests are the analysis of the forensic speech's argumentative sections, evaluating the ways in which storytelling contributed to the shaping of each case, with particular reference to issues of identity, perceptions of the self, and relations with others. Today, her presentation has to do with family rifts and relational crises, exploring Athenian forensic trials and conflictual relationships in the Ecos. Roberta, good morning from Rethymnon. We are ready to hear you.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, first of all, let me start my presentation thanking you for having allowed me to present my work remotely. Unfortunately, due to personal issue, I wasn't able to join you, and I fully regret it. So I'm sharing my screen. Let me know if you see, and then in a minute I'll start my presentation. Can you see it?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Okay.
But we do not see it. Yes, we do see it full screen now.
Okay. In classical Athens, family was regarded a fundamental social institution within the polis. It can be claimed that the oikos served as a microcosm of the polis itself, a mirror reflecting its structured function and embodying a scaled representation of a larger social organism. Numerous instances illustrate the interconnectedness and mutuality of these two institutions. I enclosed in this window some significant instances revealing the metaphorical overlap existing between them. However, it is crucial to approach these comparative elements with caution, ensuring they are contextualized appropriately. Likewise, the polis, the oikos, was not a static entity. It was shaped by a variety of factors. As Kaparis notes, the oikos possessed a flexible and encompassing structure, insofar as it took its shape at any given moment from the specific circumstances of the family and its nucleus. This perspective blatantly underscores the permeability of families, which nature and stability dependent on the dynamics among its members, financial condition, their management, and their broader social and cultural milieu. Also, the relationship within a family should not be viewed as fixed or unchanging. While established bonds between relatives are well documented in extant speeches, there is also ample evidence of friction that can disrupt this relationship, whether temporarily or permanently. Such tensions may stem from both external pressures and internal conflicts, significantly impacting the family unit and the oikos. Factors such as interpersonal hostilities, financial hardship, individual interests can introduce widespread uncertainties, eventually jeopardizing the oikos stability. Thus, understanding the oikos as a dynamic and responsive institution not only enhances our comprehension of family relationship in classical Athens, but also shows the broader social structures within the polis. In this paper, I engage in a widespread analysis of selected examples that illustrate rifts and subsequent crises within the oikos. I will draw upon extracts from forensic narratives, which provide invaluable insight into the actual dynamics of family relationship. Given the constraint of time, my presentation will focus on a selection of few significant examples, which will illuminate the nature of family conflicts and underlying conventional reason for such disputes. My aim is to provide a coherent overview of the theme, highlighting not only the manifestation of interpersonal crisis, but also their broader impact on family stability and cohesion. In forensic trials, family crises often stem from the non-conforming behavior of a member who, in pursuit of selfish interest, disregard the consequence of their action on others and on the oikos as a whole. One striking example that illustrates this ineptitude is the case of Phano, the daughter of Nera. According to Apollodorus in his speech against Nera, in fact, Phano was illegitimately introduced into the Athenian citizenry by her mother and Stephanos, allegedly not being an Athenian, and ultimately revealing her behavior to be incompatible with that of respectable Athenian women. Apollodorus emphasizes her nonconformity through multiple references to Phanos' sexual promiscuity and by focusing on her two failed marriages, both of which ended abruptly due to her low moral standard, which compromised the well-being of her husband's household. As he claims, Phano epitomizes the negative traits associated with a woman, undermining her role at every turn through her greedy interests. Unlike respectable women who embodied traditional roles, Phano's shameful attitude undermines the integrity of her husband oikos, thus tarnishing the family's unit and reputation due to her mischievous actions. Today, I will discuss her marriage to Frastor of Aegilia, a citizen of impeccable morality. In contrast to Phano, who is depicted as Eutecosmian, namely lacking integrity and respectability, Frastor is characterized as ergatin και ακριβώς των βίων, a diligent and conscientious citizen, emphasizing his mindfulness and restraint. The speaker employs a neat polarization between the couple, portraying Frastor as a model of integrity, while Fano as an uninhibited, indecent, lustful, insensitive, and thereby highlighting the impact of her attitude, which eventually lead to the divorce and belly. It is essential to note that Apollodorus' narrative is counterfactual. He reconstructs the events without concrete evidence about what he's saying and about the couple oikos, relying instead solely on stereotypes regarding gender roles in the family and Fanos' perceived disregard for such social conventions. Frastor's frustration with Fanos' inability to manage the household is thus presented as a post-factum reconstruction that the speaker uses to cast her in a negative light, eliciting sympathy for the husband. Even Fanos' later attempt to care for Frastor during his illness is depicted not as a genuine effort to mend the relationship, but as a manipulative tactic aimed by her to secure the son she was pregnant with to be adopted by an Athenian citizen. Initially, Frastor is portrayed as vulnerable to Fanos' machination, hoping she would provide him with an heir to prevent his oikos from apaideia, and then falling into desolation, erimia. However, his eventual marriage to another woman underscores Fanos' failure to hold the family together, revealing her as a genuine threat to the oikos stability. Fanos' story serves as a poignant testament of how indecent attitude can disrupt the oikos harmony and ultimately lead to its destruction. The couple's fractured relationship was a direct result of her inability to conduct herself adequately, highlighting the detrimental effects of such behavior on the family unit. Another significant family rift is explored in Lysia's speech on the murder of Eratosthenes, a defense speech in which the speaker, a certain Ophiletus, attempts to convince his audience that he killed his wife's lover according with the law governing adultery after catching them in flagrante delicto. Through a vivid portrayal of his domestic life, Ophiletus presents himself as a victim ensnared by the machination of the illicit couple. Through an argia, he shifts the blame of the fracture of his family and the relationship onto his wife, asserting that her conduct was the catalyst for the disruption of their initially harmonious oikos. Ophiletus depicts himself as a simple, moderate, and peaceful man, once happily married to a woman who embodied the ideals of the perfect wife. Passon and Beltisti. In her, she had a feeling of great trust, and he thought she was the most honest of all women. The theme of trust is central to his narrative. It establishes the foundation of a balanced relationship, while simultaneously suggesting Ophiletus' own naivety. Blinded by his trust, in fact, Ophiletus fails to recognize his wife's infidelity, proving to be utus illitus for being oblivious to her action. As he claims, their marriage flourished until the birth of their first child, while the family crisis began in earnest following the death of Ophiletus' mother. The funeral, in fact, provided an opportunity for Eratosthenes to successfully approach the married woman by bribing her servant. Ophiletus describes the wife's duplicity and displays that he was never suspicious, portraying himself as a trusting husband while she systematically undermines him. Her action, such as pretending to attend to their child's need while secretly facilitating her lover's entrance, failing the child's cry with the help of her servant, reveal a calculated treachery. She feigns jealousy to isolate Ophiletus and lock him in his room in the night, justifies suspicious noises with implausible explanation, and even wears makeup after the death of her brother. These details vividly illustrate her betrayal and erosion of trust within the relationship. The sensory element of Ophiletus' account, included in his narrative, enhanced the dramatic impact, allowing the jury to perceive the deceit and the disintegration of their oikos. The intricate subterfuges employed by indicate a relationship that has become irreparably unequal, with one partner openly mocking the other and being indifferent to safeguarding the oikos. Euphiletus, seemingly the last to learn the truth, finds his wife to be the architect of their couple's crisis, destroying the tranquility of their once respectable oikos. This narrative recalls to our mind the case of Phano we discussed earlier, where the inappropriate behavior of a family member precipitates a similar interpersonal rift. In both instances, the failure of the wife serves as the primary catalyst for family discord, demonstrating how selfishness can lead to the disintegration of an oikos. The crisis faced by Euphiletus and that faced by Frastor and their families highlight can have devastating consequences for the entire family unit. Such narrative compel us to consider the importance of healthy interpersonal relationship, underscoring that the selfish action of one member can alter the lives of a house and all involved. So far, I have examined family rift primarily through the lens of women's misbehavior, often neglecting their responsibilities within the oikos and their inability to conform to social norms. However, various other factors can instigate family crisis, as proved especially by trials over inheritance. In such speeches, litigants often lay bare their family discord, revealing interpersonal regarding the oikos' reputation. These disputes can lead to severe crises within relatives eager to stake their own claim on the state. Athenian forensic trials concerning inheritance issues expose significant of social norms and the fluidity of relationship and hierarchies within the oikos, particularly following the death of a family member whose scleros is disputed. A compelling case that exemplifies the complexities of inheritance disputes is presented in Esai's speech on the state of Philoctemon, which involves conflicting claims to legitimacy made by two individuals asserting the right to inherit Euctemon estate, being, as they say, their last surviving sons. The claimants, in fact, allege they were born from an extramarital affair Euctemon had with their mother, and that he acknowledged them as legitimate during his lifetime. The defendant in his trial, nephew of the Decius, from his legitimate son, faces a tough task to reconstruct the family history and the Decius' life, even at the risk of partially tarnishing the reputation of the deceased. This is why he calls a friend of him, acting as a synigoros, to present the case, allowing for a degree of separation from the embarrassment that arises from openly criticizing a relative, namely Euctemon's questionable behavior and the repercussion of his action for the family. According to the reconstruction of the event, it is Euctemon himself, in fact, who fails to maintain the integrity of his marriage with a respectable woman and a family, jeopardizing the stability of his oikos and coming to grips with his relatives. Once respectable man, living a decent life with his family, Euctemon becomes entangled with Alci, a slave who managed his tenement house at Bayreuth. Alci's entrance into Euctemon's life disrupts his domestic stability, leading him to neglect his wife and legitimate children in favor of his relationship with her. He thus started spending all his time at her place, living as if they were an established couple and caring of his wife and legitimate children protest. The birth of Alci's children further complicates matters as Euctemon's recognition of them heavily undermines the preservation of his original family unit. The role of dangerous and greedy family members causing one's disruption and aberration of his average relationship is key in forensic trials disputing family affairs, proving that selfishness can unravel the fabric of family loyalty. Particularly, this narrative resonates with the misogynistic topos prevalent in Athenian forensic speeches, wherein women are often depicted as the cause for male downfall, and the family's interest to preserve the morality of the Decius, whose scleros is disputed. Examples of this sort go beyond this speech. Euctemon and Dulce's relationship can be easily compared to Stephanos and Neras, in which the latter persuaded her lover to disrupt the law with their synakia, and by adopting her daughter, who is not Athenian, or again with Demosthenes' speech against Olympiodorus, where Olympiodorus' conduct is similarly questioned for being influenced by a mistress whom he installed in his house and drove him to madness, jeopardizing his family. This framing invites his audience to consider the dynamics of power and manipulation within interpersonal relationships, illustrating how self-serving choices can lead to the destruction of family bond and the destabilization of an oikos. To illustrate the rupture of Euctemon's interpersonal relationship, going back to his house, within his oikos largely resulted from Alke's coercive influence, the speaker emphasizes her role in making him dependent on her, ultimately leading to his mental incapacity. Alke is portrayed as having undermined Euctemon's mental stability, manipulating him into a state of dependency and drug. In this framework, Euctemon's decline is largely due to Alke's machination. And this is clearly a rhetorical strategy aimed at mitigating Euctemon's own responsibility and culpability regarding the oikos, and let this relationship with Alke appear even worse than that with his own relatives, thereby recalibrating interpersonal relationship and states of crisis with the original and new family of Euctemon. As a means to further undermine Alke and Euctemon relationship, Desigoros claims that during Euctemon's later year, when he became frail and old, she and her offspring exploited his vulnerability to take advantage of his money. They urged him to revoke his existing will and sell portion of his property, thereby destabilizing the financial balance of his oikos and being of his actual will. Their audacity and the carelessness towards him is further highlighted by the refusal to take responsibility for Euctemon following his death. Their abandonment of the body and avoidance of the practice of going to the family tomb to offer libation and sacrifices towards the deceased display their total denial of affection towards him and their not belonging to the family. By contrast, the delayed discovery of Euctemon's body and their strive to honor his memory and preserve his scleros amplify the latter personal care for the Decuius. This scenario invites the audience to envision Euctemon as the victim of neglect, left in a house stripped of its values and dignity as a consequence of a faked relationship. The reference to Euctemon's initial unburied state not only underscores his diminished status in life, but also reflects norms surrounding death, where proper funerary rituals with burial function are meant to be essential to establish the relationship among relatives and attest one's belonging to the oikos. In this framework, unlike Alke, Euctemon's relatives' dedication to preserving the family's integrity through the proper observance of funerary customs reinforced their status as true family members. That funeral practices are integral to expressing affection and affirming family bonds with their neglect, while their neglect means denial of one's connection to the preservation and reputation of the oikos, is also clear in his speech on the state of Astyphilus, where the claimant's selfishness is illustrated by his deliberate avoidance of socio-familial conventions surrounding funeral rituals toward the Decuius, which is indicated as a proof of non-familiarity. Cleon's disinterest in organizing and attending the burial rites for Astyphilus is not merely a personal failing to their relationship. It reveals a deep detachment from family obligation and the fundamental inconsistency of his claim to this state. Excuse me. Okay. In contrast, the speaker's compassion for Astyphilus reflects a genuine concern for the deceased and his emotional connection with him. This disparity is crucial in demonstrating the interpersonal rift between the cousins. Furthermore, the speaker claimed that the two cousins did not engage in shared activities such as attending sacrifices or public events together, relying on social stereotypes about family bonds and obligation support his stance. An important section in this speech, which is very illustrative of interpersonal dynamics and the arousal of crisis in the Holocaust, delves into historical grievance dating back 2 generations, centering on the death of Eutycrates, Stephilos' father, for which the speaker holds to Oedipus, Cleon's father, accountable. The incident referred to is presented as the reason of the deep-rooted enmity between the families, and subsequently between Cleon and Stephilos. According to the speech, the brothers' quarrel over their father's estate escalated into physical aggression, resulting in severe emotional fallout. Eutycrates eventually fell ill and died due to Oedipus' aggression, suggesting that the present trial not only revolves around the relationship, but also shows deep-rooted enmity between their descendants. Consequently, Eutycrates forbade any members of the Oedipus family from visiting his tomb, solidifying an irrevocable rift that lasted for decades. Despite the reliability of this evidence, not the use of the verb legetai, which would indicate that the accusations are based on hearsay, the speaker aims through this section to bolster his narrative and undermine the possibility of the cousins. This inclusion of past grievances served to illustrate the improbability of Stephilos drafting a will favoring Cleon and his offspring, highlighting how family crises could be long-lasting and result from a single animosity between 2 individuals. Presented in this presentation clearly demonstrate how family disagreements rooted in complex interpersonal relationships can result from various factors, to recent misbehavior that threaten the stability of the oikos. The oikos is thus flexible and strongly influenced by the action of its members, their self-interest, and the failure to meet family obligation, which lead to the disruption of family stabilities. It is therefore crucial to recognize that interpersonal relationships within a family are inherently susceptible to being disrupted or changed by individual action motivated by selfishness or neglect. Hence, each case discussed reveals how the decision of one member can have far-reaching side effects, jeopardizing the well-being of the entire oikos and causing situations of crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roberta. We have time for questions. Comments? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your talk, Claudia Thiersch. What was especially interesting for me is that on the one hand is this citizen law from Pericles. On the other hand, is to be seen that there was a certain liberality in the family relationships and the kind of openness and maybe a lack of control also, and especially Isaias is really a rich source, and not only you have shown it, not only Isaias, but a lot of the other speeches as well. Do we have an explanation why there was such a lack of control? Of course, the properties were very much desired, and there were a lot of people like Neaira also who, in a way, managed to not to get respectable, but to rise in the Athenian society. And of course, one of the consequences are those crises, and clashes.
Thank you very much for your question. Law was open to interpretation in ancient Greece. So, for instance, about the question about the cleros, that is quite different from that about citizenship. There were very broad borders, such as, for instance, in the law of Anchisteia, assessing who was to be considered the direct descendants of the Decuius, so of a died person, of the Kyrios of a family. And we can read 2 different sources, Aiseus and Demosthenes, including people, different persons, so interpreting the law differently, according, of course, every time to their own interests. The same we can say about the law of citizenship. There was, of course, a law assessing who was meant to be a citizen in classical Athens. But on the other hand, there was always the manipulation of this law. And as well, when we speak about forensic trials, we are presented with manifestation of this manipulation, in which people try to overcome the law at their own interest, at their own pleasure. I don't know with whom I'm speaking, but I'm willing to send, if you want, the references about the law of Anchisteia and the difference of and the openness of the law about the interpretation of inheritance issues.
Thank you. Another question or comment? No? Thank you very much, Roberta, for your presentation. And let's pass to the last speaker for this session, Emmanuel Diego, who is a contract PhD student at the Crescent Laboratory, University of Perpignan, and the holder of the Agrégation de Lettres Classiques. She has received a BA History and Arts and Humanities and a Research Master in Classics. She is currently a teaching assistant at the University of Paris. Her thesis focuses on the staging of violence in Aristophanes' comedy, and her interests are the ancient Greek theater, Aristophanes, and violence in the ancient world. Her presentation has to do with Aristophanes when the sons hit the fathers, the evolution of the relationship in crisis between Strepsiades and Phidippides in Aristophanes' Clouds. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. The floor is yours.
So thank you for allowing me to speak now. I'll talk about a play of Aristophanes named The Clouds, in which, as you can see by the title, the son hits the father. His son spends all of his money. This is the main problem facing the protagonist of The Clouds, Strepsiades, and it's the one that drives him to seek solution from Socrates. But this turns to his disadvantage, and Phidippides, the son, armed with Socratic knowledge, justify his growing violence against his father, and even worse, proudly announces that he can justify hitting his own mother. To resolve this new problem, Strepsiades turns to Hermes, and the god suggests to him that he should burn Socrates' house. That is very rapidly the plot of The Clouds. The initial crisis between the father and the son ends up provoking, when one tries to solve it, a constant escalation in violence, culminating in the most violent final scene in the comedies of Aristophanes that we have retained. The crisis between the two men is at the heart of the comedy. It triggers the action, determines the ending, and remains partly unresolved after the play, or so it seems. It is also the source of much of the violence that runs through the play. So I'd like to analyze the two men's relationship in crisis and how it reflects, through the use of violence, a struggle to take center stage and the place of the comic hero in his own play. Is it there? So the initial comic problem, another one before. The initial comic problem, which starts the comedy, is the fact that Phidippides, the son, spends all of Strepsiades' money. He does not listen to his father. Actually, he takes after his own mother, who also spent the money of his husband, but that's accepted. And he spends the money with horses. He buys them and he bet on them. At the beginning of The Cloud, so we see the public see Strepsiades lamenting about it. The two men are in bed in front of the skene, symbolizing the house of Strepsiades and Phidippides. And Strepsiades, the father, is turning and returning in his bed, pretending to suffer the beating of not fleas, but creditors who are after him to take to recover the debt owned by his son, Phidippides. Philippides, the son, is asleep next to his father. From the very beginning, the audience can see the difference between father and son. Strepsiades is worried about the debt, but Philippides, who is the one responsible for them, does not care. He does not listen to his father, and he won't stop spending the money. The solution that the sleepless Strepsiades finds is to convince Philippides to learn from the sophist and Socrates ways to manipulate the creditors, so to persuade them to not get paid. But there's another problem. Philippides refuses. He does not listen to his father. That won't change. So Strepsiades, the father, go to see Socrates instead. Hence, the second problem. Strepsiades, the father, is too old and cannot learn, and he suffers from the sophists. Because he cannot learn, he's seen as a stupid man, and the sophist mocks him. So the solution that Strepsiades finds is to try to convince Philippides again. This time, Philippides accepts to go. So it seems like the relationship between the father and the son is slowly starting to be mended. Philippides goes to the sophist. He learns the sophist's way. He helps his father to defeat the creditors by he used the unjust reasoning taught by Socrates, and Strepsiades used physical violence against the creditors. So together, father and son can defeat the creditors. It seems at this point of the play that the problem between the father and the son is solved because there's no creditors left. They exit the scene, and Philippides listened to his father and went to learn in the sophist house. But, and this is the final problem of the play, a new problem arises. Philippides uses his new knowledge to justify beating his father and his mother. The final solution of the play that Strepsiades finds is to burn Socrates' house and the sophists. Until now, the solution found by Strepsiades were in regard of his relation with Philippides and tackled the problem of the relation. First, Philippides spends his money. Strepsiades tries to find a way to not have creditors anymore. Then Strepsiades is too old, so he convinced Philippides to go in his place. The third problem and the final solution found seems to have little in common. Strepsiades is beaten by his son, not by the sophists, but he decides to use violence against the sophists and not his son. Those two moments, the last two moments of the comedy, so the scene in which Philippides hits his father and the scene after that where Strepsiades burns the house, are both the climax of the crisis between Philippides and Strepsiades, when the father is hit by the son, and after that, the resolution, apparently, of the problem. So I'll focus for now on the climax when Philippides is hitting his father. The altercation begins on stage with Strepsiades running out of the skinny, lamenting and calling for help. That's the first quote. I'm being beaten, come to my aid anyway. The audience understands very quickly in this entrance to the scene that he is being beaten by his son, that Philippides is following him, and that it began within the walls of their house, still symbolized by the skinny. Nevertheless, if he enters the scene expressing his pain, we still have to know why Philippides is beating his father. They enter the scene, and the scene that follows can be seen in movements. The first one is, as I said, Strepsiades, who enters the stage running, and he explained the action that has taken place in the skinny. Philippides has started beating him. Then Philippides begins to justify his action and the strikes he gives his father. This is followed by the explanation of what happened even before that at the banquet. And then the debate itself between Philippides and Strepsiades takes place on the scene. So while they are just on the scenic space, Strepsiades start to, Strepsiades starts to reproach his son what he's doing. He's telling this again and again, you strike your father, and your father, you're striking him. That's your father that you're striking. He reinforces his indignation at the filial act by putting emphasis on the hierarchical and familial relationship between them. But Philippides remains calm, and the rest of the altercation is verbal. Philippides will argue to prove that it is acceptable and even normal and just to hit the father. The verb tupto, to hit, is used 15 times in this altercation. Philippides begins by describing the beginning of the altercation, which took place at the banquets when Strepsiades and him started clashing over the merits of reciting a certain poet or a certain song. Then the arguments gave way to insult and finally to blows. However, if the exchange of insult is reciprocal, we can see the term used by Strepsiades, which means we were having an argument, which shows the reciprocity of the insult and that both men are involved in the action at this point and on equal footing. The dynamic changes in the rest of the verse. So that's the last quote. Then this one, meaning Philippides, leaps and he crushes me, he strangles me, he hits me. The verb of physical action are in the active tense, but they designate Philippides, and Strepsiades has once again become me, a passive and helpless victim in the face of physical violence, who tries to remind the son of the upbringing and care he gave him as a child. Philippides retorts, after thanking Socrates for providing him with something to argue about, that he beats him as a child for his own good, and that he can well accept the same being returned to him now. Strepsiades, defeated by his son's arguments, gives in and acknowledges the validity of his argument, somewhat bitterly. Philippides takes up the debate, intensifying it and asserting that he can now prove that it is right to strike his mother. However, this idea meets with resistance from Strepsiades, who repents of his past mistakes. Philippides, scornful, leaves the stage. So that's the acme of the problem between the two men. And at the end of this heated debate, Philippides leaves the scene. He won't be seen again for the rest of the play. So it's seen at the end of the play that the relationship between Philippides and Strepsiades has become stronger and stronger, like the crisis has become stronger and stronger, and it seems to be an unresolved relationship, because as I said, after that, there's only one scene left, and it is the fact that Strepsiades will burn the sophist's house. So at the end of the play, the relationship between Strepsiades and his son seems unresolved. Strepsiades has decided that his real antagonist is Socrates and the sophists, and his son has left the stage having seemingly won the debates and the physical fight with his father. Nevertheless, if this dispute has not been resolved head-on, it can be seen as having been resolved indirectly in the final scene of the play. So that's what I'm going to try to show now, that this last scene that apparently does have nothing to do with the fact that, like, it won't help Strepsiades not being hidden by his son, but I would argue that, in fact, this scene shows Strepsiades winning against his son, even if the son is not on the scene. Because Strepsiades enters the play as a clear victim of the physical violence he deplores. At first, it was from the creditors, then the sophist, and now his son. It only grew exponentially. He is looking for a solution to this suffering, but he is only reacting to it and not acting on his own initiative. His search for a solution requires outside help. He goes to Socrates and the sophists. He then goes to his son. He defeats the creditors only to be beaten by Philippides, who lives as a winner against his father. So at this point, Strepsiades has not won anything on the play. He does not appear to be a very successful comic hero. But in the last scene, Strepsiades' deliberations repudiate all the teachings of the sophists and by extension of his son, because it's the son who helped him learn the sophist's way, and he returned to ancient beliefs. The old man, recognizing that he has been duped, turns to a statue of Hermes at the crossroad and addresses it. His repudiation of the lesson learned during the comedy suggests two possibilities. Either he resorts to the courts, he resorts to the civic action, and he recognizes that he's a victim and he cannot do anything about it. Or he takes his revenge in a more brutal and individual way, which seems to be the way of the comedy. So the choice will determine Strepsiades' fate as far as comedy is concerned. Choosing the judicial route, as he's attempting to do, means not learning from the comic time and returning to his original preoccupations, the creditors and the debt. To take the path of physical violence, which he will do in this scene, is to enter the comic plot in extremis and finally master the codes of ancient comedy. Strepsiades makes his decision and goes to burn the sophist's house and strikes the sophists. The old man is safe because he grasps the violent codes of comic action in the dawn of the play and becomes the full comic hero of the plot. This transition of character is very well expressed in the quote that I put in my slide, in the mouth of Strepsiades himself, who claims to hear Hermes's reply. You rightly advise me not to bring more lawsuits against them, meaning the sophist, but to burn down the house of these smooth talkers. So, as I said, this scene has been seen as an admission of failure on the part of Strepsiades, who cannot defend himself against his son or against the sophists, and has to reach for physical violence. But however, we take the opposite view here, asserting instead that this shift from the verbal to the physical constitutes the moment of victory for Strepsiades. There is a shift here from judicial to physical violence, which, as we have said, is necessary for the character to fully understand the comedy, hope to emerge victorious, and take the place of comic hero that has been waiting for him since the comedy began. The form of physical violence chosen by Strepsiades is amongst the most extreme ever seen in a comedy. He decides to set fire to the home of the sophists while the sophists are inside. The action is explicit to burn down the house and must take place quickly, as soon as possible. In this scene, Strepsiades shows himself capable in extremis of mastering the physical violence he lacked against Philippides, and to confirm the victory of the physical over the verbal by burning down the sophist's house. He fully assumes his place as comic hero. Since Philippides was the pupil of Socrates and the sophist, it is not possible to think that Strepsiades regained the ascendancy over the pupil by defeating the master, which happened in the last scene, while his son was not here. Strepsiades remains as the sole master of the comic space, and we can infer, because he now is capable of using physical violence, that he will be able to do so in front of his son. So to conclude, the crisis-ridden relationship between Strepsiades and his son is the source of the comedy, since it is Philippides' incessant spending that creates Strepsiades' problem. It also provides the basis for the rest of the comic plot, with Strepsiades facing his son's refusal, then his acceptance to go study with the sophist and Socrates, and finally his physical violence. This relationship determines and is determined by the end of the comedy. After suffering at the hands of his son, Strepsiades must make his decision. In extremis, he succeeds in taking control of the action and becomes the comic hero in his own right, defeating effectively Philippides. Thank you for listening.
Okay. So,
thank you for your presentation. I was just wondering if we can say something about the audience, like how the audience perceived that kind of violence from Philippides to Strepsiades. And the other one is if we can relate the deed of that kind of violent action from Philippides in terms of self-control, moral ethics, and Aristotle, like comedy and ethics in general, if there is interrelation, if we can make on focus on that.
Well, I'll start by the the first part of your question. For the audience, I would say that the audience throughout the play is, and that's my interpretation, but Aristophanes shows Strepsiades as a very pitiful comic hero. So even if he's not winning anything, I'd say that he's written in a way to put the audience goodwill for him and not against him. So Philippides' action while he beat his father would have been seen by the audience as something shocking, even for comedy, which is used to physical violence, especially the part of beating the mother, because that's the real transgressive part. So I'd say that, yeah, the audience would have the same reaction as Strepsiades, which would help to understand the ending of the play. Like, the public would not be against Strepsiades burning the sophist house because they has been presented clearly as the antagonists. But I must say that this version of the clouds that we preserved is not the one that was represented. We know that Aristophanes rewrote the ending. So the scene of violence must have been less intense when it was represented. We also know that even if Aristophanes took care of showing Strepsiades as being in the right, his play won third prize. So that's the last prize. That there were only 3 competitors. So it was put as the last one. So it must not have been a resounding victory for him. And that's the part, the second part of your question. I'll have a little more difficulties to answer it because I'm not very, I've not read Aristotle recently, but at least in the play, Philippides' actions are shown. The fact that he's hitting his father is not shown as a lack of self-control because he's perfectly capable of arguing in favor of it. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot for the talk. I'm always fascinated how Aristophanes being in a way a conservative or so, but on the other hand, absolutely being interested in getting the prize. Yeah? And so, of course, yeah, he could not insult the Athenians or so, but maybe he could nudge them just a bit. So in a careful way. And how he is able to combine the actual political and social situation with the personal one and to transfer it in this way. And maybe as a threatening danger for all the fathers, that all their parental roles are really challenged by the new situation, and that he gives the message. Well, if you support all the fancy new things, you go to the ecclesia and you have all the liberty to decide things, and you get fancy new arguments by the sophists and the sophistically inspired politicians. Everything is fine, but the system destroys in itself or by itself, and then you are the ones beaten by the fancy new developments, and you see this and how he develops this theme in the clouds. It's simply marvelous.
He's clearly taking a stance against the new education here, and the theme of fathers being hidden by their sons is also something that we can see again in the birds. There's a character who goes to the new comic city and who arrived because he said, like, I left a civic space because your city is far better, because in your city I can kill my father. So yeah, he's constantly reflecting on it.
Well, thank you, Manuel. I don't actually have a question to ask. I would actually like to offer perhaps a tragic parallel. I mean, between a father and a son's quarrel, a great quarrel of Creon and Hermes in Sophocles' Antigone. I mean, which I think that also ends with a crescendo of violence, because I remember that at the end of the quarrel, we have actually Creon threatening his son that he will kill his own fiancée before his very eyes. So I don't know if this could be useful to you, but I think that it's also, you know, a threat of physical violence, and because Creon is actually out of control. But, you know, have this inversion of roles, and Creon, of course, is the king in Antigone. Yeah.
Well, thank you. I think it will be useful. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. That was really interesting. I was wondering if this generational conflict, which is not solved in the end because it just burns the house of the sophists, but you can't burn the ideas out of the head of the son, so the ideas are still there. So is he really the winner in the end? Because maybe it could be also a criticism that the older generation has no real solutions. It just used violence, but the problem is still in the world. Even if you now think it was staged during the Peloponnesian War, and then there was the old guys like Nicias who had like more the old ideas, and Alcibiades who was like has the new ideas, and he succeeded in the debate later. It was some years later, but in the end, Athens failed, so it was not the good ideas. But so maybe this generational conflict it's not solved, and I don't know who's the winner here in the end.
Yeah, I would say, I think for Strepsiades, the conflict is solved in a way that in the place of Aristophanes, the one who masters physical violence is the one who masters the comedy. So for Strepsiades, he takes his place, like he's the comic hero at the end of the play. I would say that, and I know that seeing messages for the political time for Aristophanes, we have to be careful about that, because he obviously showed the city, but does he want to give advices? We don't really know. But I would say that for Strepsiades, he understood how to defeat the sophists for himself, because he burns them. And he understood how to not be convinced by them. So he did the work for himself. I would say the end of the comedy is open, but not for Strepsiades, for the public. Like, what will they do? And that's not of Aristophanes' resort to do so, to exactly tell them what to do. Does that convince you a little or no? Okay.
If there is no other question, I would like to add on something that Professor Tirsch just said before. Perhaps we could add into the equation that the crisis between these two and the violence occurs not because of a specific event in the plot of a comedy, but simply because as a result of Phidippides' education. So I would say that the fact that there is no specific cause of this crisis which has violence in it shows how much it was a social issue. Yeah. I think this part, the part of the cause, should be taken into consideration. And thank you also for your presentation.
Yeah, I would add that even if it was not Aristophanes' intent, Socrates' real life kind of echoes the play, because at the end he's judged for corrupting the youth and he's condemned to death. So the real life kind of gives the same resolution. And we know that it was not effective because Plato exists after him. So the sophists and Socrates' ideas are transmitted. So yeah, I'd say life in this case kind of imitates comedy, sorry.
There is an analogous, let me take the floor for a second. An analogous in the wasps also, in Aristophanes' wasp between Delicleon and Philocleon. About generation gap you referred earlier. And I think that there are some analogies there without physical violence, of course, but the crisis, I think it also, we will also look, taken at, speak of a crisis between son and father.
Yeah, and it's interesting in the WASP because it's clearly the son who is doing the right thing and not the older generation. So yeah,
that's right. Yes. Any more comments, questions? No. Okay. Let's thank all the speakers of the first session. And now it's time for a coffee break, for a half an hour coffee break, yes?
Just a quick announcement. Due to some circumstances that were unforeseen, the next two sessions, yes, the next two will be chaired not by Professor Stelios Panagiotakis and Eva Stirakaki, as was initially scheduled, because they were sick, both of them. So they will be chaired by me, Marina Georgakaki, and Sofia Flores, respectively. Hope you are all okay with that. We will do our best to chair these sessions well. Thank you. Now time for coffee. Hello, Roberta and Maria. Maria, can you hear us? Can you hear me? I'm alone here. Okay.
Hi, do you hear me?
Hello. Now, Roberta, sorry, we will speak in Greek for a moment. Maria, καλημέρα. Είμαι η Μαρίνα. Χαίρομαι πολύ. Αν θέλεις και μπορείς, άνοιξε την κάμερά σου. Έτσι να δω. Για τέλεια. Φαίνεσαι πάρα πολύ καλά. Μπορείς να μου μιλάς στο ελληνικό. Εγώ πήρα την πρωτοβουλία ήδη και κακώς το έκανα. Λοιπόν, είμαι μόνη στην αίθουσα τώρα. Οι άλλοι είναι στο διάλειμμα. Εγώ ήθελα μόνο δύο πράγματα. Πρώτον, να σε ενημερώσω ότι λόγω ενός εκτάκτου, βασικά αρρώστησε η κυρία Στυρακάκη, η οποία ήταν πρόεδρος, και θα αναλάβω εγώ την προεδρία, καθώς και μετά, που μπορείς να μείνεις προφανώς, την προεδρία του κυρίου Στέλιου Παναγιωτάκη, μετά από το lunch break, θα την αναλάβει η Σοφία Φλόρου, που είναι και αυτή συνδιοργανώτρια. Και οι δύο αρρώστησαν, ο ένας χειρουργείο, ο άλλος φαρυγγίτιδα, τέλος πάντων. Θα κάνω ό,τι καλύτερο μπορώ για να σε, πώς λέγεται, να σε ανακοινώσω σωστά και να διευκολύνω και τις ερωτήσεις. Η σύνδεση είναι πάρα πολύ καλή εδώ. Θα ακούσουμε τα πάντα καθαρά, θα δούμε τα πάντα καθαρά, δεν χρειάζεται να αγχώνεσαι γι' αυτό. Και
Έχω μόνο ένα πρόβλημα. Σας ακούω διπλά, δηλαδή ακούω μετά από λίγο ξανά τον ήχο.
Μισό.
Τώρα μία φορά μόνο σας άκουσα.
Για πες μου τώρα πώς πάει αυτό.
Πάλι δύο φορές ακούω και ακούω και εμένα μετά αφού μιλήσω. Το γιατί.
Roberta, are you here? Roberta Dainotto? No.
Θέλετε μήπως να ξανασυνδεθώ, να βγω και να ξαναμπω.
Ναι, αν γίνεται, για δοκιμάστε το.
Ωραία. Νομίζω εγώ έφταγα γιατί είχα αφήσει ανοιχτό το YouTube.
Ωραία, γιατί αγχώθηκα για λίγο. Ωραία, λοιπόν. Με αυτό το μικρόφωνο θα γίνουν οι ερωτήσεις, οπότε αυτό θα πηγαίνω φέρνω εγώ. Δεν μπορούμε να αλλάξουμε την κάμερα, οπότε αναγκαστικά θα βλέπεις το κενό stand. Αλλά εμείς θα βλέπουμε σένα. Και αν γίνεται να δοκιμάσουμε και την παρουσίαση.
Ναι. Φαίνεται.
Λοιπόν, βλέπουμε το PowerPoint, απλά δεν είναι full screen.
Ωραία. Τώρα λογικά είναι.
Θα σου πω, μισό λεπτό. Όχι, δεν είναι.
Έπαθα εκεί πάνω αριστερά που λέει προβολή από την αρχή. Και Πρέπει να γίνεται
στο share screen τι έχεις επιλέξει να κάνεις? Share ολόκληρη την οθόνη ή share το PowerPoint?
Πώς το άλλαζε αυτό? Νομίζω ολόκληρη την οθόνη.
Για αρχή να γίνει stop share και εμείς θα δούμε αν μπορούμε να το βάλουμε στη δική μας την οθόνη. Ένα λεπτό. Μισό λεπτάκι, η Σοφία η Φλόρου να σου κάνει μια πρόταση.
Καλημέρα.
Καλημέρα.
Καλώς ήρθες. Να κοιτάξουμε το εξής. Θα ήθελες να ενεργοποιήσεις share screen όλη την οθόνη και μετά να κάνεις presenter mode στο PowerPoint και να το δοκιμάσουμε.
Οκ. Οπότε πατάω απλά, ας πούμε,
Πάτα share όλη την οθόνη.
Αλλά μου έχει επιλογές να διαλέξω, ας πούμε, το PowerPoint που έχω ανοιχτό,
Υπάρχει επιλογή όλη οθόνη. Πιο κάτω π.χ. ή όχι?
Όχι, δεν βλέπω κάποια άλλη επιλογή.
Όχι. Ωραία, τότε θα δοκιμάσουμε εμείς να το αλλάξουμε.
Δηλαδή, όταν το κάνω αυτό, δεν πηγαίνει στη δική σας ολόκληρη οθόνη, έτσι?
Ναι, τώρα πάτησες, να φανταστώ, από την αρχή.
Τώρα τι σας δείχνει εσάς?
Δυστυχώς μας δείχνει το...
Και το γύρω-γύρω.
Ναι, ωραία. Θα κάνουμε το εξής. Ναι. Πες της, με το presenter mode και μετά με το... Λοιπόν, θα σου πει ένας άλλος ειδικός τώρα, ο κύριος Ραφαήλ Γιανναδάκης.
Καλημέρα.
Καλημέρα.
Πηγαίνετε πρώτα, βγάλτε το share screen.
Ωραία.
Και πηγαίνετε και κάντε τώρα στο PowerPoint και πηγαίνετε το, αν θέλετε, full screen.
Ωραία.
Ωραία. Και τώρα έχετε το presenter view. Θέλετε να βλέπετε τα notes σας?
Όχι, εμένα με νοιάζει, όχι, μόνο την οθόνη.
Ωραία. Αφού το έχετε full screen τώρα, με 3 δάχτυλα προς τα πάνω, στο κομμάτι που είναι το mouse,
Ναι.
3 δάχτυλα προς τα πάνω, έτσι ώστε να ανοίξετε το περιβάλλον του Zoom.
Ωραία. Να πω στο Zoom πάλι.
Ναι, πηγαίνετε στο Zoom και στο share screen.
Για να δούμε. Όντως κάτι άλλαξε.
Αυτό. Προχωρήστε. Πατήστε next. Κλικάρετε μία φορά πάνω στην παρουσίαση και πατήστε next.
Τέλεια. Φαίνονται.
Τέλεια. Ευχαριστούμε.
Ωραία.
Εντάξει, θα τα πούμε μετά. Κλείστε μικρόφωνα και θα σας καλέσουμε αν είναι.
Ωραία. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Και να κάνετε stop share. Μπράβο. Και αν θέλετε κλείνετε και την κάμερα, αλλά αυτό είναι προαιρετικό.
Πιο πάνω. Τώρα.
Welcome, everyone. Hello, welcome. Okay. Now, as announced previously, unfortunately, Professor Eva Sterakaki could not be here with us today. So I will be chairing this session, and I'm very, very happy to announce the first speaker, who is Zoe Koukoutianou. Now, Zoe is an alumna of our university. She received her bachelor here in the Department of Philology of the University of Crete, which is where many of us got to know her. Her master thesis was in the National Kapodistrian University of Athens, and she dealt with Roman New Comedy, and the title of her thesis was Minime Mallas ut sint Male, the construction of the meretrix in Plautus. She completed her internship as a teaching assistant of ancient Greek and Latin literature at Lund University, and her research interests are focused mainly on Roman theatre and novel, and in particular, in the study of emotions and gender studies. Zoe, thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So, the courtesan as a character in New Comedy holds a very important role in the plots of the plays. She is primarily the key character for the plot to unfold, as according to her personality, she either facilitates or hinders the other characters to develop their action. This character promotes the production of comic effect, as most of the time the comedians portray them as sexually voracious, men's manipulators, and usurpers of their property. For these reasons, the courtesan as a character is, or at least should be regarded as, de facto evil. So I have structured my presentation as follows. First of all, it is appropriate to first introduce the concept of malitia and how it is structured when we use the term to refer, this term to refer very specifically to the courtesan. It is very important to present this term because as it will be shown below, the use of the term malitia in the comedies I have chosen to study is not unidimensional and is not defined in a single way. With a quick glance in the dictionary, the entry malitia, we are faced with a definition that we give today to this term. We label a person as evil when that person acts in a way that is not socially acceptable, and his or her character, morals, and personality are considered condemnable by the society as a coherent whole. In comedy, however, this term is used to describe the character of a courtesan, which makes the term wickedness as a term making on many dimensions and a wide range of meanings, and encompassing jealousy, malice, resentment, flattery, and avarice. I choose very well specified courtesans of the Plotine corpus, namely Phronisium from Truculentus, Bacchides from the homonymous comedy, and Philocomasium from Miles Gloriosus. I choose these particular courtesans as I believe that their actions concerning their lovers reveal that they are truly male. I study the behavior of these courtesans in connection with the absence or not of the cunning slave, the Servus Calidus, who with his schemes, promotes the action and helps either to resolve misunderstandings or to ignite them. In this particular Palliatae, the following seems to happen. In Truculentus, Phronisium, in the absence of the cunning slave, completely substitutes him, manipulating the rest of the characters. The two Bacchides in the homonymous comedy seem to act in parallel with the Servus, and their actions never intersect in such a way. Whereas in Miles Gloriosus, the courtesan and the cunning slave act in collaboration. As I promised, my aim is to provide a definition of malitia, which is stereotypically attributed as a characteristic to a courtesan. The definition of the malitia of courtesans is best provided by Philocomasium herself. This passage, I believe, is the umbrella under which the mode of thinking and acting of a courtesan is identified, and it is this. Give me 10 girls without a hint of cunning, and I will make them treacherous for you simply by the excess of my own shrewdness. In just 2 verses, the element of malitia appears twice, which leads me to consider this passage as a definition of the character and action of a courtesan. Malice is her main characteristic, and the courtesan herself acts as a negative role model for the other girls who are about to interact with her. She even appears as a master of weakness, as Plautus uses the term edokebo, which means the transmission of knowledge from an expert in something to another person who is completely ignorant of the subject. From this, I draw the conclusion that perhaps the malitia of a courtesan is not an element of her character that she is born with, but is acquired in the process of her life and once she has received some relevant training. Palestrio gives us more information about those characteristics, which structure a courtesan a little earlier in Milas Gloriosus from the passage I quoted earlier, where Plautus shows him saying the following. The virtues, the character, mores of a courtesan must, according to Palestrio, be bad manners, foul mouth, cunning, cleverness, deceit, lying, flattery, cajoling, and of course the use of extreme means of approaching her prey, such as, for example, in this case, poisonous herbs. Poisonous herbs are not literal, but it is a metaphor. They refer to all kinds of cunning, viciousness, and trickery, which a mala meretrix can indulge in. The metaphor of a gardener is an association with witchcraft, as the women who casted love spells were the ones who used poisonous herbs. In this way, Plautus submits to his audience the idea that the mala meretrix is a variant of the witch. In approaching the characters of the Palliata, we must bear in mind that Plautus' purpose is primarily to provoke the laughter of the audience and not to compose the laudatio of a woman, who should enjoy the respect of all those who surround her. As Gilula mentions in her article, a courtesan has by nature the element of malitia and cannot have good elements attached to her character, for then she can automatically be considered not meretrix, but a pseudo-meretrix. The character and behavior of a woman who is not a courtesan or a slave and is therefore a matrona or a puella is constantly characterized by certain qualities which we read in various epitaphs and inscriptions composed by female archetypes. Summing up what I have said about what constitutes the malitia of the courtesan, I must first of all stress that the character of mala meretrix is not one-dimensional. I hold that a courtesan becomes a mala because she is taught this characteristic by her familiar environment, since according to what I have quoted, malignity is an acquired and learned characteristic. It is also an acquired trait by default. It is associating with an evil character also causes those around him to become evil. It seems to be structured by a conglomeration of elements, which elements touch in homophony upon a courtesan. These are her cunning, her foul-mouthedness, her greed, her ability to seduce potential lovers with her beauty, and to do everything she does in order to serve her own interests. I will rely on these facts to show how its courtesan used these qualifications to manipulate and exploit their lovers. So far, I have tried to define what exactly constitutes malitia of a courtesan. Based on what I have already analyzed, I will therefore refer to those courtesans of the Plotine corpus who correspond to all or some of those characteristics, to all or some characteristics of the malitia, which I have listed, and who take the worst advantage of their lovers. After a perusal of the Palliata of Plautus, it is easy to see that the courtesans distinguished preeminently for their promiscuity are Phronisium in Truculentus, the Dupacides, and Philocomasium in Milas Gloriosus. I'll start with Phronisium. This character is so significant for the development of the plot that the facade of her house is part of the setting. As Hoffman, whose observation I found interesting, points out that courtesan's house is not placed on stage simply as a sign of eroticism, but is there to remind the viewer, the audience, that the courtesan and her domain are a key element to produce humor. Also, apart from the courtesan, it seems that her own space is part of the plot. I have chosen to begin the main part of my paper with this particular courtesan, as I believe that all those qualities are concentrated in her that are expected of a bad and therefore archetypical courtesan, exploiter of men. The best analysis of Phronisium's character is given by Dutch, who places at the core of her description the most basic virtue of a courtesan, namely having many lovers whom she associates with for purely utilitarian purposes. Because Phronisium seems to know how to do this very well, she deservedly bears the title of model courtesan. In Truculentus, in the absence of the Servus Calidus, Meretrix plays this role. She assumes this role very well. She is thus Phronisium an innovative character introduced by Plautus. As for the work itself, the courtesan makes her appearance already in the prologue. In Truculentus, the prologue has been partially preserved, but it is clear on the basis of the available text that the personified prologue appears in the play, which delineates Phronisium's field of action by pointing to her house, which, as I mentioned earlier, is part of the setting. So the courtesan of comedy is introduced very quite early into the field of action. Her name is mentioned. Her name is not mentioned. She is called by the... Her name is mentioned. She is called by the term mulier, which is used to describe any woman, whether unmarried, married, or a courtesan. It is an umbrella term which on itself does not allow us to form a picture of Phronisium's character, which, according to Hoffmann, is deliberately done by Plautus in order to avoid making a class distinction as to whether she is a matrona or a courtesan. From the next verse onwards, however, her character begins to emerge more clearly, as it seems that she is a woman like all the others, since she exploits those who surround her to her advantage. She is surrounded by three main lovers, Diniarchus, who is Adolescens, and her oldest lover, in chronological order, Stratophanes, a soldier recently arrived from Babylon, and Strobax, who is a rude, uncultivated man, but with a large fortune, also Adolescens. She pretends, simulat, that she is carrying Stratophanes' child in order to take advantage of her condition to squander his fortune. By the end of the prologue, the audience knows that the protagonist in this comedy will be a woman of low social status who seems to be pulling the strings of a scheme to deceive the lovers around her for her own profit. After the prologue, Plautus places an extended monologue by Diniarchus, one of Phronisium's lovers, and gives his own interpretation of their relationship, an interpretation from the perspective of both the man/lover of the victim. The central part of his monologue is the passage I quote there. In the lyrics, we are officially introduced to Phronisium. Diniarchus, as previously has done the prologue, shows the house of the courtesan, says her name, which he even connects with wisdom, sapientia. Here is the translation of this text, but I think this is more visible. So we could say that in Greek, it would be, in English, it would be a very well translated as Mrs. Brains, but her cleverness is not emphasized as a positive characteristic. That is, he is not trying to characterize her as quick-witted, but rather he is trying to emphasize the fact that she uses her wisdom to carry out her devious plans, and that is why in verse 83, the characterization of Phronisium as mala comes in. The fact that the courtesan is cunning is even more understandable if we study the vocabulary that Plautus uses in this passage. In verses 86 and 88, the term simulat is used twice, which term denotes Phronisium's false statement that she bore Stratophanes' child, and furthermore falsely presents the soldier as the child's father. And finally, in verse 90, he uses the term celare, thus trying to further emphasize the furtiveness of the courtesan. The audience, up to this point, have heard negative aspects of Phronisium's character from those around her, but she has yet to speak out in person. This happens for the first time in verse 352, where we hear her saying the following: "Please, darling, are you afraid that my door will tear you to pieces? And that's why you are afraid to come in?" Phronisium appears to urge the lover to enter her house without fear, and declares that the door of her house is not a dog prone to attack enemies by biting them. She thus prefigures the words of Astaphium, her maid, who later compares the courtesan's house to the underworld, as she records everything that enters in. And so, since the house is the underworld, the entrance to the house could be compared to Kerberus. Diniarchus also, in the following verses, presents her as a pretty and fragrant flower which blooms in spring. And as Connors reasonably argues, Phronisium could be equated with Proserpina, the Roman version of Persephone, who was just returned from the underworld. The comedy ends with Phronisium finally rejecting both Diniarchus and Stratophanes and having a new lover, Strobax, who has more goods to offer her. He even uses the phrase mos geratur, which indicates the ideal behavior on the part of the woman. It is complete sexual submission to the man, commenting ironically on the reversion of the wedding ritual. I'm moving on to the Bacchides, which is another play by Plautus, in which the Malae Meretrices dominate, determinating and controlling the plot and the lovers. The protagonists are the Bacchides sisters, both courtesans and actually twins. Both of them, just like Phronisium, are independent, live in their own house, and are even allowed to offer dinner to their lovers. Bacchis, who appears in the beginning of the play, hereafter is Bacchis number 1, and whose house is part of the setting, lives in Athens. Her sister, Soror Bacchides, lived in Samos, but a soldier, Cleomachus, took her as his mistress, and she and her sister have lived in Athens ever since. In my analysis of Truculentus, I argued that in the absence of the Servus Calidus, the courtesan also assumes this role. In this particular comedy, one finds that courtesans and the cunning slave, Chrysalus, act in parallel. It appears that these two characters have an ideological connection, the meretrix and the cunning slave, and act against their superiors. In this particular case, the common enemy is the soldier Cleomachus, as it seems that both Bacchis I wants to separate him from her sister, and the slave Chrysalus wants to support his master, Mnesilochus. Mnesilochus is Adulescens and is Cleomachus' main rival in the claim of Bacchis I's sister. The two Bacchides, besides acting in concert, seem to genuinely care for each other, regardless of the fact that each is trying to secure wealth for herself. The comedy begins with a dialogue between Bacchis I and Pistoclerus, Adulescens. She asks him to protect her sister from the soldier, and in return, she will offer him wine, food, and sexual fulfillment. But he, Pistoclerus, refuses to enter her house, likening it to a sanctuary of Bacchus. He also calls the courtesan an evil beast and bad company for a man of his age. He is even presented as a small bird, which the courtesans try to trap. Verse number 3. Once again, the courtesan is described as an evil beast, and her house is considered a dark place. Anyone who enters this place, enticed by her sweet talk, will never come out of it. A parallel between the courtesan's house and this comedy and the underworld is already in the making, as will be discussed in more detail below. Pistoclerus then compares the courtesan's house with the palestra, but this palestra makes the man soft, as there he becomes corrupted and loses his manhood, and he is distracted from activities in which under normal circumstances a man engages, as can be seen from the following passage. From the moment the lover enters the house of the courtesan, he actually loses himself and is castrated, as a man's place is on a battlefield and not in a brothel. If he enters the courtesan's house, she becomes soft, which the courtesan also urges him to do. The first verse. Further on in the play, she urges him to pretend to love her in order to make the soldiers jealous. In a sign of professionalism, as a courtesan is stereotypically can play with different lovers and gender stereotyping. In this comedy, it takes a long time to give a clear characterization of these two courtesans. It seems that in this play, the enemy is common and it is the soldier. This means that both the courtesans and the male characters, Adolescentes and Servus Calidus, seem to be trying for their own reasons each character to exclude the soldier. However, Lidus, Pistoclerus' slave and tutor, tries to keep him away from the consequences of a relationship with a courtesan. Initially, he presents the bond with a courtesan as the underworld, while at the same time, she describes courtesans as a following Bacchus and that they drink the blood of those who associate with them. In these verses. And here Plautus, with the triple repetition of the name of the courtesans and the statement that the courtesans essentially desired as wild beasts to devour the property of their lovers, but also with the phrase that the house is a wild whirlpool, aceruma estuosam, and devours whoever touches it. Additionally, reinforces the association between the house of Bacchus I and the underworld. At the end of the comedy, it is shown that the fathers of the two young men, Pistoclerus and Mnesilochus, enter into a relationship with the two Bacchides. Nicobulus, father of Mnesilochus, enters into a relationship with Bacchus I, while Philoxenus, father of Pistoclerus, enters into a relationship with her sister. At first, the impression is given that the fathers, expressing fears about the upbringing of the relationship of his children, have themselves fallen into the trap of the two courtesans. And indeed, at the end of the comedy, they show a complete submission to the courtesans, appearing as subservient and at the mercy of them. This submission finishes the triumph of the two heterae over the free, socially superior men who in the end adopt a servile attitude towards these women. The two courtesans thus succeed in serving their initial goal, which is to manipulate their lovers. And now we'll move on to Miles Gloriosus. I think it is appropriate to start with a reference to the setting. In this play, unlike Truculentus, Bacchides, and Courtesan's house, is completely absent from the scene. The viewer can only see the facades of two houses, Perikplectomenus on the left and Pyrgopolenikis on the right. Already the viewer realizes that the courtesans in this play are not independent, but live in the house of their masters. Philocomasium is the courtesan of Pyrgopolenikis and lives in his house. She makes her appearance from the Argumentum, the summary of the play. There we read the following about this courtesan. Oh, okay. Try again. No. No. I will sit here. Okay. I will tell you when you should change the slide. Okay. In the Argumentum, we are introduced to the courtesans with two contradictory words in a row. She is described as a courtesan, meretricem, who is nevertheless free, ingenuam, and even mentions that she had developed real feelings for a young Athenian. It can be seen that the case of Philocomasium is peculiar, as it seems that as a character, she experiences a struggle between her personal and professional life. As a heroine and a woman, she seems to genuinely love the young Pleusicles, while on the contrary, as a professional courtesan, she seems to do everything in her power to displace the soldier Pyrgopolenikes, for whom she essentially works. The plot of the play seems to unfold through a bipole. On the one hand is the courtesan who seems to have developed real feelings for young Plesicles. She has all as her ally Palestrio, the servus calidus of the comedy, Periplectomenus, who is a senex and in whose house Plesicles seems to be staying. And Acroteleftium, who is Periplectomenus' courtesan, but who also works with the slave Palestrio in order to deceive the soldier. On the other hand is the soldier who has brought the courtesan and wants her for himself, so that he can exploit her services, and his only supporter seems to be his naive slave Skeledrus. I have made this reference to show that on the basis of the sides that have been created, it is easy to see that the courtesan, with most of the characters in the comedy, does not develop the typical characteristics of the courtesan, but develops the typical character of a courtesan with those persons that she wants to present a defensive attitude. This distinction, of course, also affects the audience's view, as it develops positive feelings for the courtesan and negative feelings for the soldier, and does not give the impression that Philocommasium is the typical mala meretrix. The clear existence of Servus Calidus in Miles Gloriosus changed the balance between the characters involved in this comedy. We see that the main initiator of the plan to deceive the common enemy Pyrgopollinikis is the slave and not the evil courtesan. More specifically, the cunning slave and the evil courtesan complement each other. Palestri introduces the idea of a supposed twin sister of Philocommasium named Dikea. Change the slide, please. No? Appearing so that they can deceive Skelendrus that it was Dikea and not Philocommasium who was kissing the young man up to this point in the play. The multidimensional character, you can change the slide also, yes. The multidimensional character of the Philocommasium is completed at the end of the work. As will become clear from the passages I will quote below, the actual character traits of the courtesan are depending on who is the recipient of her words. Thus, to the soldier, she is falsely represented as sad and pretends to be sad now that she is leaving her house. While it seems that the feelings of sadness she feels when she is about to depart with one she truly loves, Plesicles, are real and unusual for the courtesan. The courtesan falling in love is a rare phenomenon and certainly not a feature of her character. In the following passages, the peculiarity of the character of this particular courtesan becomes evident. These passages, yes. From the juxtaposition of these passages, it can be seen that the courtesan manifests her stereotypical character, only characters who threaten her. In Miles Gloriosus, Miles appears as the villain of the affair, who by his arrogance also causes negative feelings in the audience, and therefore, since the courtesan opposes him, as is logical, she gains the audience's sympathy. It must also be remembered that the threads of deception are essentially pulled by the Servus Calidus, whose instructions are followed by the courtesan. Philocommasium's malitia becomes evident in the last lines, where she pretends to be sorry to be separated from Pyrgopollinikis. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Zoe, for this well-presented paper. It was very interesting. And now I would like to open the floor to questions. Are there any questions, any comments, suggestions?
Thank you. That was really interesting. I was wondering, I don't know much about it, so I just ask if the courtesans in Roman comedy have a lot of in common with the characterization in the Middle Greek comedy, or are they using Roman stereotypes? Or are they, as we know, the Roman comedy is much influenced by Greek comedy. So are the courtesans always behaving the same way, or is it the Roman way?
Okay, very good question. Plautus imitates the way the Greek new comedians present the courtesans. But the biggest difference is made by Terence. She presents the courtesans in a more good way. They're not that bad or that male. They're more well presented. So yes, we have an imitation of the Greek new comedy, but in Plautus, Terence changes it.
Okay, I would like to ask a question. Now, you presented the meretrikes as the cause of the crisis because they deceive other people.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, this was the idea. And in Miles Gloriosus, you gave also a comment about the position of the man there and how Miles reacted to this. But I would like to know more about the other two comedies. How do men react there? What is their stance? And are they just following the meretrikes?
Yes, the men in the other comedies seem inferior to the courtesan, and they are just following the path that opens. She's deceitful, and
so the men just go along with the crisis, the woman's, the simulation.
Yes, exactly. The only change, the change appears only in Miles Gloriosus.
Where the man
because Philocomasium is a liminal meretrix, is in the limen of malitia and of being mala and bona, let's say.
Okay, so you have the two dimensions to this woman. Yes,
exactly.
So thank you very much. I would like to ask a question. I'm sorry if you've already referred to this, but I would like to ask how I was very struck by the fact that some courtesans are more independent. How does this independency affect the, let's say, the comparison between the three? How does it affect the crisis? Does it play a big role, or is it just a reference?
It plays actually a big role because a courtesan is a woman of lower status. So when Plautus presents a woman of lower status having her own house, having her own fortune, is quite innovative, we could say. So she's more powerful, and it's a quite gendered presentation of a woman because we have a powerful woman who deceives men. So it's the comic presentation because it's Plautus and it's a comedy. And you have to present the paradox.
Thank you for this very interesting presentation. I wanted to ask, you said that malitia is, let's say, a psychological characteristic that is very much acquired by the life of a courtesan. And I wanted to ask, do these writers, either Plautus or Terence, recognize that the way of life for a courtesan is hard? Thus, they have to, let's say, do unorthodox or bad things, let's say, just to survive? Or is it just a fact of their character and not explored further?
It's a very good question, and I haven't thought of it. But I think that they knew the life of a meretrix, of a courtesan. I think that Plautus knew how they lived. So she had to produce the comic effect. So he exaggerated, I guess. But yes, it's a good question, and I haven't thought of it. I think that he knew. Yes.
For something else. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure there must be other questions, but we can use the break for that. We should move on. But first, let's thank Zoe Koukoutianou. Thank you, Zoe. Now, I would like to introduce our next speaker who will be participating online, and it is Maria Kofina from Ludwig Maximilian University of Munich. Now, Maria Kofina completed her BA in Classics at the University of Athens and her Master's at the University of Munich, focusing on women in love in Hellenistic poetry. She is currently working as a research assistant at the University of Munich, and her research interests include Hellenistic poetry and gender studies. Maria, thank you for being with us, even though in distance. I will stop sharing now, and please, could you share your PowerPoint?
Yes, sure. I hope you can see it.
Yes, we can, but hold on. Βοήθεια θέλω. I am no technical expert, but thankfully we have Katerina with us, so she will help. I can see it here, but we cannot see the big screen, so... Great, now we can.
Yeah, perfect.
Hold on.
And can you also...
Okay, even better.
And you can also see that I'm changing the slides?
Yes, yes.
Perfect.
I think it's okay.
Okay.
Yes, perfect. Maria, thank you. You may start. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello to everybody. Thank you very much for your introduction. I'm really happy to be part of this conference. Unfortunately, due to some circumstances, I'm unable to be there in person today, and I'm really sorry for this. But I'm really grateful that I could contribute online. So, the purpose of my presentation is to examine another example of an interpersonal relationship in crisis from Greek literary production, specifically within the context of Hellenistic poetry, focusing on the fifth mime of Herodotus. Following a brief introduction to the text under analysis and its author, the plot will be outlined, leading into a thorough analysis of the crisis itself. Questions addressed will include the nature of the crisis, the morphological elements that frame it, and whether and how this crisis is resolved. This exploration will allow for a delineation of the main characters involved in this interpersonal conflict. Subsequently, thematic parallels will be traced between Herodotus' mime and the later anonymous popular mime The Adulteress, facilitating a more holistic approach to understanding the function of interpersonal conflict representation within the comic genre of mime. Herodotus, a Hellenistic poet of the 3rd century BCE, based in Alexandria, Egypt, is renowned for his mimes, which first came to light on papyrus only in 1889. Herodotus' mimes embody the literary and refined form of the mime genre, which is a type of dramatic comic genre that depicts everyday, often burlesque scenes in a format akin to street theater. The more precise designation mimiambi for Herodotus' work indicates his use of the holyambic verse, a choice that reflects the influence of the archaic poet Hipponax, who employed this metrical form in his satirical poetry. Herodotus' 7 complete mimes, with an 8th surviving in highly fragmentary form, vividly portrays scenes of everyday life in dialogue form, frequently dramatizing trivial or not so respectable incidents, an approach well aligned with the thematic conventions of the mime genre. The central figures in these works are predominantly women, while slaves appear in 5 of the 7 mimes, either as active participants or as silent background presences. There is in fact one mime in which a slave takes on a leading role, and this is the one we will examine today. In the fifth mime by Herodotus, named Zelotypos, the jealous woman, and consisting of 85 verses, the central characters are the free woman Bithyna and her slave Castron, between whom a personal conflict arises. Two additional speaking roles are also present. The other slaves of Bithyna, namely Cyndila and Piraeus. The text begins in medias res of the crisis, in which Bithyna, who is having an affair with Castron, has a heated conflict with him and ardently wishes to punish him for having cheated on her. Specifically, she orders her other male slave, Piraeus, to tie Castron up and take him to the place where the slaves are punished so that he can be beaten. Later, she decides that she wants him as well to be branded with a tattoo on his forehead as part of the punishment. However, due to the intervention of her female slave Cyndila, she postpones the harsh punishments for another time. At first glance, the nature of this interpersonal crisis appears to be romantic. A woman has been betrayed by her lover, who has a rather speaking name. The name Gastron is derived from the word gaster, meaning belly, and could be translated as glutton, referring to a person who is governed by his lower pleasures. In order to take revenge, Bithyna wishes to punish him harshly for shaming her, treating him not only with violence, but also with vulgarity. In the three first verses of the mime, for example, she provocatively asks her unfaithful lover whether his sex organ is so insatiable, hyperchores, that it is no longer enough for him that she moves her own legs for his sake, and whether that is why he lies with another woman. Gastron initially denies all accusations and begs her not to punish him. While he is tied up, he asks for forgiveness, admitting that he made a mistake. However, Bithyna remains unmoved and continues to give orders for his punishment until he asks her, using quasi-legal terminology in verses 35-36, to verify the truth of his words. Ελέγξασα, έιτα στα λεπταία πρώτον, έιτε και ψοειδέα. She quickly silences him, reminding him that he had just admitted his wrongdoing, while he defends himself by saying he did so only to calm her anger. After this verse, he does not speak again until the end of the mime. This discussion is a typical case of a romantic crisis between two lovers, arising after the discovery of infidelity, where the betrayed partner, filled with rage and jealousy, seeks revenge on the other, who often tries to conceal his misdeed. At a deeper level, however, the interpersonal crisis between these two is not only of a romantic nature, but has also another perspective. The injury that Bithyna feels does not simply stem from the fact that she was betrayed by someone, but much more from the fact that she was betrayed by a slave, for which she feels self-pity, claiming that she is to blame, as she was the one that placed him among humans. By this, she implies that by making a slave her lover, she, a free woman, elevated him to the status of a human, and this therefore makes the humiliation she experiences double, both as a woman and as a mistress. The reversal of the social status dynamics between the two characters, with the mistress being deceived by her slave, triggers the crisis that erupts in Bithyna's household. In order to restore, as best as she can, the disturbed social balance, she uses all the authoritarian power granted to her by her social role as the owner of a slave. Putting emphasis on his objectification, she employs violence as a method to punish and assert her dominance over the one who has offended her. Her brutality, bordering on sadism, knows no bounds. Beyond her desire, in verse 12, to publicly disgrace the disobedient slave throughout the land, katekisasa tesole chore, she orders the slave Piraeus to bind Gastron's arms so tightly at the elbows that they would almost break in two in verse 25, σύσφιγγε τους αγώνας. Shortly thereafter, she instructs him to take Gastron to the place where slaves are punished and to have him receive 1,000 lashes on his back and another 1,000 on his stomach in verses 32 to 34. Χιλίας μεν εστονότων εγκόψαι, χιλίας δε τεγκαστρί. Her demand for the inscription on his forehead is the ultimate expression both of his humiliation and of her absolute dominance over him. In verses 65 to 66, ελθέην τον στίκτην, and 79, εν το μετώπο το επίγραμμα έχων. In other words, this is a social crisis, as the betrayal committed by the slave inverts the traditional social values according to which masters are the ones who manipulate their slaves and not the other way around. This distortion of this ideology consequently disrupts the very identities of the individuals involved and eventually leads to an identity crisis as well. This identity crisis seems to extend even to the language employed by the two main characters, particularly evident in their use of the terms anthropos, human, and doulos, slave. For example, Gastron initially acknowledges that, as a slave, he is entirely at his mistress' disposal, to be treated in whatever way she wishes in verse 6, doulos eimi. Later, however, when begging the ruthless Bithyna for mercy, he exclaims that he is human and therefore fallible in verse 27, anthropos eimi. Many scholars have interpreted this self-identification as human as a way to distinguish himself from the divine, highlighting that he, unlike a god, is capable of error. While this interpretation may hold, the fact that the conversation heavily centers on his transcendence from a servile status to that of a human lends his statement a different, perhaps provocative nuance. On the other hand, Bithyna first asserts that she herself has placed Gastron among humans in verse 15, «Σε τέισεν ανθρωπόis». However, shortly thereafter, she points out that he must recognize his true nature as a slave, adding that she purchased him for 3 mina in verses 20-21, eis doulos. At one point, she mockingly refers to him as a 7-fold slave in verse 75, επτάδουλον. Nevertheless, just 3 verses later, she declares that she will have a tattoo inscribed on his forehead as this human has failed to understand himself in verses 77-79. Ουκ eiden anthropos on eoton. This statement stands in stark contrast to her earlier claim that he is in fact a slave. This inconsistency not only creates confusion for the reader, but also reflects the inner turmoil that Bithyna herself may be experiencing. This equation that Bithyna sadly makes here between Gastron's social status and her own ultimately reflects her own identity crisis as well. In the context of the crisis, of particular interest is the use of the word amartia, error, by both protagonists. Each of them acknowledges having erred. Bittina, who made her slave her lover, elevating him thereby to the status of human in verses 15 to 16, eximarton, and Gastron, who cheated on her in verses 26 to 27, aphes amartien, tauten, and hemarton. At the first level, their error lies in their uncontrollable erotic desire, which led to social and identity crisis as shown. Bittina, lacking self-restraint, slept with a slave, and Gastron, equally driven by erotic passion for somebody else, betrayed his mistress. Upon closer examination, however, their greater error is their misunderstanding of each other's actual social roles, a factor that allowed them to engage in these acts, wounding the traditional social values. This moral evaluation of their actions thus reveals the dimension of harm inflicted upon ethical values, such as restraint and respect, rendering the morality of the two protagonists questionable. What is the outcome of this crisis? Where does this conflict, this relentless conflict, now resorting to violence, finally lead? The intervention of a third party finally provides a solution and prevents further harm. This intervention comes, as mentioned, from the slave Kidila, who manages to persuade her mistress to postpone the severe punishment for a later time. Kidila first speaks in the mime when Bittina orders her to call back Piraeus, who is dragging Gastron across the streets, as Bittina has just decided to add the torment of tattooing to his punishment. Kidila then calls out to Piraeus, reprimanding him for the brutal way he is dragging his fellow slave, and cursing him to find himself in chains once again if he continues to act this way. Her response reflects a woman who feels compassion for her fellow slave and is critical of another slave who mistreats his peer. These traits explain her subsequent intervention as she respectfully begs Bittina to leave Gastron and to forget his error. In order to persuade her, she appeals to her emotions, specifically wishing that her daughter marries and gives her grandchildren if she now shows generosity to Gastron and forgives him. Bittina, however, remains unmoved until Kidila mentions that a religious festival is approaching in 5 days, implying that punishments are not permitted during this time. This is enough to persuade Bittina to compromise by postponing the punishment until the festival period has passed, as she puts it, granting Kidila's request, with whom she has an emotional bond since she raised her from a young age. Kidila's purely emotional appeal was not enough to persuade her mistress. However, her logical approach, invoking an objective fact with religious and social significance, proved decisive in resolving the crisis. What is especially intriguing about this successful intervention is that it comes from a slave. For the second time, Bittina finds herself guided by a slave, ultimately giving in to the slave's demands. It is irrelevant whether she insists that she will carry out the punishment after the festival, or explains that she is granting Kidila's request out of emotional attachment. The essential point is the outcome. Once again, Bittina fails to understand her social role and cannot resist the emotional manipulation she experiences. The social and identity crises are paradoxically evident even within the intervention that apparently comes to resolve the occurring interpersonal conflict. Having thus broadly analyzed the nature of the crisis, its causes, and its solution, we can now delineate the two figures involved in this interpersonal crisis. Without a doubt, the female protagonist is depicted as authoritarian, tyrannical, and aggressive in her handling of her slave's error, since she exhibits violent and vulgar behavior towards him. This stems from her feelings of anger and humiliation, both as the owner of a slave who deceived her and as a woman betrayed by her lover. However, the fact that she finally surrenders to the wishes of her female slave as well reveals her complete lack of self-restraint in every aspect of her life. Gastron, on the other hand, is also prone to bodily pleasures and shows audacity in attempting to gaslight his mistress. Nonetheless, he also feels fear when he realizes the extent of his punishment. Thus, beyond the disruption of the social hierarchy resulting from the errors of both protagonists, and especially that of the mistress, who as a socially superior figure should have been able to maintain control, we also witness a deconstruction of gender stereotypes. And I quote from Fundulakis: Gastron's biological sex, the dominant one in this era, fails to help him assert control over the weaker female sex, as he cannot overcome the barriers set by his social status. Similarly, Bitina's sexual subordination to her male slave cannot overshadow the superiority imposed on her by social rank. And this proves consequently that gender operates as a social construction developed mainly within a culturally produced system of social hierarchy and power. Finally, worth noting is the significant influence that this particular mime had on a later anonymous popular mime, titled Micheftria, the Adulteress, originating from the imperial period and dated to the 2nd century CE. The title alone makes it clear that the protagonist of this later mime is an adulteress, who desires intensely a slave, who however prefers another woman. In response, she decides to punish them harshly, using methods similar to, if not more brutal, than those employed by Bitina. The thematic parallels are obvious, leading to a central question. What purpose does the representation of an interpersonal crisis serve in the genre of mime? The answer is straightforward if we consider the typical function of conflicts and the subsequent beatings, as also Emmanuel showed already in the presentation about Aristophanes, often found in comedic genres, to provoke laughter. However, in the case of Herodes, a poeta doctus of the Hellenistic period, the layered dimensions of the crisis as analyzed add a touch of refined irony, possibly veiling a subtle social critique on the nature of human relationships. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria, for this well-structured, comprehensive, and full overview of your subject. Now I will move away from the camera and you will lose me, and I will open the floor to questions. Great. Katerina Magaraki.
So in verse 75, Bitina refers to Gastron as τον επτάδουλον. Why does Herodes chooses the number 7? It struck me. And have you encountered the term anywhere else in Herodes or in another author?
I have found it also in other, I think, in comedy environment. I don't remember where exactly, but I think that it was like an insult for a slave. So I don't know why it was 7 times, but we don't have evidence for a word that shows less or more times.
So it's
But
only
this is
7, yeah.
yes,
We
but
do not, we do not have a reason. We do not know if...
I haven't found an explanation, no. But if somebody else knows something, yes.
Thank you.
Help us.
Any other questions, comments? Yes, Sofia Flores.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. Okay. I would like rather to make a comment that because I think that it's very interesting, the female feelings, the erotic feelings, the male, female, the jealousy, and then we have the barriers because of the social status. And I think this also is a very long motive that begins with Kirki in the Odyssey, because we have here again the woman that, of course, we do not have social status. There we have the power in terms of magic. And we have a woman that tries to punish men in various ways. Then this Kirki, of course, later on, we have it in Ovid, where she is, I think, angry again because she has been rejected. So she's very violent. We have the same pattern. And then again, because I am interested in Petronius, we have the same thing in the Roman novel, where we have a slave and a woman, and the slave, okay, here's another problem why he can't satisfy the woman, but the woman who is well-standing, I would say, lady, is punishing the slave, who actually is not a slave, but just says that he is a slave to hide his real identity. And there we also, I think that's a motive that we can maybe see comparatively.
Yes, thank you very much for your comment. It is really interesting. I would like perhaps to add a remark that I have made about the women characters in the archaic period and in the classic period, in contrary to the Hellenistic period, is that the women, for example, in the Homeric eps that have that speak and have influence on others are only goddesses or semi-goddesses. So Kirke is also a semi-goddess. And also in the tragedy, the women that play the roles, they are also non-dominant women. But from the Hellenistic era and after that, we see women like Bithyna, or after, especially in the Roman period, as Zoe showed before, we have courtesans, so freed women or also slaves, that they take actions and they express their feelings and they are dominant. So I see here a change from the Hellenistic period and afterwards. So to the women, in contrary to the goddesses that are more active in the archaic and classical period.
Thank you very much for this turning point. That's really interesting.
Are there any questions, comments, remarks for Maria? If not, we may thank Maria now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now with this contribution, we shall close the session of this morning. We will be again together here at what time? 3:15, exactly, yes, for Claudia Tirsch. Now, until then, have a break and we'll be back then. Maria and Roberta, if you wish, you can stay at the Zoom call and perhaps be present, attend at the next sessions. Thank you, girls.
Hello. Welcome back to the afternoon sessions of our international conference and the last two sessions. It was very nice for having you here. We are going to start this session with Mrs. Claudia Tirsch. She's a professor of ancient history at the Humboldt University of Berlin. Previous affiliations include the Universities of Dresden and Munich, as well as the Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton University. Her research is focused, among other topics, on the history of the ancient city, political communication, and church and state in late antiquity.
Thanks a lot. And thanks a lot for the invitation. It's absolutely wonderful here. Well, centrality versus particularity, the emperor and the senatorial aristocracy in the western part of the late Roman Empire. That means let's have a transfer now to late antiquity. Who held the reins of political power in the Western Roman Empire of late antiquity? This question is less open to unequivocal answer than one might assume. Actually, the narrative seems clear and can be substantiated by numerous pieces of evidence. The growing power of Roman, but also Germanic military leaders led to the weakening of the Roman emperors and ultimately to the end of the empire from the 5th century at the latest. The Western Roman Senate was not particularly committed to these events, rather it was more concerned with securing its own power and privileges, and it failed particularly where the payment of taxes and the provision of recruits were concerned. This further restricted the room for maneuver of the Western Roman emperors in their defense against Germanic tribes, though there were always strained relations between the emperors and the Western Roman aristocracy. However, more recent research has challenged this narrative of a decline, of an increasingly weakened emperorship and a Senate that primarily pursued particularly interests. To switch the next one. Okay. No. Well, yes, now it's working. I only marked some points of argumentation of my talk. John Weisweiler, for example, professor in Munich, showed that since Diocletian's time, emperors had significantly increased the number of senators by elevating equites to the senatorial class in order to meet the needs of their growing administration. This patronage was beneficial for both sides. It provided the new senators with prestige and the option of rising to the highest offices, while the emperors had a larger pool of personnel from which to choose when needed. Weisweiler concluded from this that the emperors could certainly use the larger numbers of senators to promote power rivalries in their own interest and thereby improve their chances of control. According to Weisweiler, the centralization of the late Roman state, the growing sacralization of imperial representation, and the increase in the number of senators in an increasingly universal empire formed complementary parts of an overall organism, and it strengthened the power of the Roman empires. No history of decline, so his thesis. As indisputable as this tendency may be, other details point in the opposite direction, in my opinion. These are by no means limited to the endemic complaints of imperial laws about recruitment problems, tax evasion, and the lack of commitment of senators to various activities in the administration of the empire. Particularly striking is the behavior of senators during the not uncommon usurpations of the 4th and 5th centuries. Each of these usurpations was by no means only triggered by military personnel, but also supported by political, in some cases, highly ranked senators. This leads not only to the question of their motives, but also to the question, and that is one of my main points, to the question of the limits of control of senators by imperial power, the causes of this and the imperial response to it. That is, why was the imperial approach to political centralization apparently only partially effective, despite this expanded offer of privileges and posts? I will address these questions in 3 points. First, the administrative reforms of the Roman emperors, their motives and their successes. Second, the opposite side, problems and their causes. And third, emperors and senators, a fragile balance of power and strained relationship. First, the administrative reforms of the Roman empires. The comprehensive reforms by which Diocletian and Constantine sought to overcome the crisis of the 3rd century in the administrative sphere did not only consist of a significant increase in the number of provinces, an intensification of tax collection, and an expansion of the central administration, it also had immediate consequences for the ruling class of the Roman Empire. Two sides, both sides are inextricably linked. The gradual conversion of previously equestrian administrative posts into senatorial mandates led to a gradual loss of importance of the equestrian class and an enormous expansion of the number of senators. This development intensified with the founding of a second senate in Constantinople. This increased the number of senators to about 2,000 members. The reform itself was based on purely functional consideration. It was clear to the emperors that the increased tax revenue needed to pay for the larger army, that was the main point, required to stabilize the Roman Empire military, could only be raised on the basis of a more professional and stronger administrative apparatus and by meeting their prestige expectations. In this respect, it was completely logical to recruit the necessary personnel from the local elites of the various regions of the empire and to visibly standardize their status as members of an empire-wide functional elite. The question of the results reveals an exciting ambivalence. Numerous indicators suggest that imperial hopes were, on the one hand, fulfilled. Although the complaints of the empire's inhabitants about the increasingly oppressive tax burden grew, the strengthened imperial administration was able to provide the funds needed to finance the enormously increased personnel of the Roman army to an astonishing extent for a long time. Moreover, the improved career opportunities for numerous social climates were met with a positive response from their side. Thus, not a few men managed to rise to the top of the senatorial ranks through their service in the imperial administration, which offered the emperors the opportunity to place particularly loyal followers in key positions, to form their personal man in a way. Yeah? But members of the great families of Rome also continued to hold political offices such as city prefecture, consulate, or praetorian prefecture, and they were also willing to take up the new imperial ideology up to a certain point. This is shown not only by inscriptions and statues in Rome, but also, for instance, by the speeches of Quintus Aurelius Symmachus. Senatorial engagement along the lines indicated by the emperors was indispensably if one wanted to exercise sufficient political influence. But there was also the other side, problems and their causes. Other tendencies, however, illustrate the limits of the imperial chances of domesticating the new and expanded senatorial class. These tendencies are already apparent from the fact that each of the usurpers of the 4th and 5th century, and there were many of them, were supported by members of the senatorial class.
including members of the Roman urban nobility. Some of the senators were quite willing to be taken into service by the usurpers by taking on offices for the sake of prestige. This led to difficult situations for the senators after the failure of the usurpers. But the situation was also precarious for emperors such as Constantius II, Valentinian I, Theodosius I, Honorius, and Valentinian III, because they were forced to react to these disloyalties in a subtle way, in a way that would deter potential imitators on the one hand, but not so harshly as to alienate larger sections of the senatorial class and thus produce further defections. The first reason lies for this problematic situation lies in the changes in the structure and functionality of the senatorial class. The expansion of the senatorial class was also associated with the transfer of tasks, power, and resources, especially in the area of civil administration. These included essential tasks such as the supervision of the imperial chancellery, the civil administration of the four parts of the empire, the supervision of tax collection, and provincial administration. That means that the emperor were forced to leave a lot of administrative duties to this expanded senatorial bureaucratic class. In this respect, the earlier division between the senators as the prestigious elite with administrative duties in the area of a few provinces, and the functional equestrian elite, which was hierarchically subordinate to the emperor and therefore performed specific tasks relevant to the governance, was abandoned. However, this power of disposition over the resources of rule, which was spread across a large number of power holders and functionaries, simultaneously made it more difficult for the emperor to exercise control, since it increased the emperor's dependency on a bureaucracy that pursued its own interest and sometimes conspired against each other. Moreover, this increased the chances for senatorial functionaries of supporting other centers of power with effective power potential, with resources, especially financial resources, in the event of a crisis. The short-term allocation of almost all offices was an imperial response to this danger of a concentration of power in the magistracies. Imperial control was further complicated by the emergence of disparate power centers in late Roman Empire, especially in the Western Empire, several residencies and other centers. Rome remained the traditional capital, but the new imperial residences such as Trier, Treves, Ravenna, or Milan, as well as the seats of the praetorian prefectures in Treves, Arles, Milan, and Ravenna, with thousands of employees emerged. There was certainly a significant center of power around the emperor and his comitatus, but the senators of Rome retained a considerable weight of their own, which was based on traditional prestige, but also on the preferential consideration of this group when it came to top positions. This group exercised considerable power as patrons on their estates, which were sometimes spread across the entire empire. Italy, in particular, was controlled by strict networks of senatorial patronage, and that's the next problem. The particular structure of the social power of senatorial landowners as patrons increased even further in late antiquity. It is correct to speak here of a process of transformation in late Roman society, which led from patronage to patrocinium. It's really a kind of a shrinking of central power in favor of senatorial patrocinia. One reason for this intensified land patronage was that rural dwellers or people who wanted to escape the growing state pressure in the form of tax or recruitment expectations voluntarily submitted to the protection of an influential patron in order to find effective protection and defense here. Tax payments from colons were then often made to the respective patrons, but no longer to the state anymore. The result was that these patrons used their increased social influence to pursue more regionally focused interests, including those of their clients. And they made their cooperation in the Senate more dependent on these interests and not normally or naturally on the interests of the respective emperor. These senators only took on functions in the Senate to increase their prestige and were only occasionally willing to work for the state. Thus, it was by no means only the emperors who selected suitable candidates for career posts from a large number of applicants. That was true, but it were the senators themselves that also had the power of choice and individual decision-making with regard to their financial support, their career decisions, their residence, but also their loyalty. The increasingly fragile power of the emperors, especially in the Western Roman Empire, intensified this competitive situation. And then, well, my third and last point, emperors and senators, a precarious balance of power. The relationship between the two groups of actors oscillated between two poles, as I mentioned beforehand. On the one hand, these were characterized by the imperial interest in enlisting the services of the status group, and on the other hand, by the difficulties in enforcing this interest in the event of conflict, which led to an overall precarious relationships. The efforts of the respective emperors to ensure cooperative relations are clearly recognizable here, both through the filling of offices and through propagandistic initiatives. However, these efforts were also dependent on the preferences of the respective emperors and other actors. The strict requirements of the imperial constitutions stood often in stark contrast to practical examples in which the emperors tried to control the senators with varying strategies and also with varying degrees of success. It is unmistakable that the emperors of the 4th centuries were still successful in containing rebellious senators with flexible methods. Thus, for example, Constantius II reacted with measures of skill and moderation after his victory over the usurper Magnentius. He had the senators investigated for their role in the conspiracy and punished them accordingly. While one of them, Titianus, was punished with confiscation of property, another one, Auphiteus, was appointed commis primi ordinis, so privileged and promoted, and proved in the following years one of the emperor's main supporters. Constantius II also emphasized that senators would generally not be forced to make excessive contribution to the Senate unless in exceptional cases. And moreover, the emperor contributed to the establishment of a mutually agreeable relationship with Rome and its senators that was very important, with further initiatives. He promoted several senators to prestigious posts and emphasized his Roman roots, from which he derived his special devotion to Rome and its Senate by referring to his mother Fausta. Constantius II, I'm a real Roman, and therefore, because of this pedigree, I have a special inclination with Rome. That this charm offensive was somewhat successful is indicated by the Codex Calendar of 354. At the end of the 4th century, Emperor Theodosius also reacted in a similarly moderate manner to senators who had positioned themselves against in two usurpations. Thus, Nicomachus Flavianus was pardoned after his first support of an usurper and only fell prey to the imperial damnatio after support of the second usurper. Even under the rule of Theodosius, it was essential to establish honorable relations with the Roman Senate, although the emperor himself was most exclusively present at his other residences on the empire's borders. Emperor Valentinian I, on the other hand, relied on a different strategy. He tried systematically to control the resistant senators. Ammianus, the historiographer, noted that Valentinian had an aversion to the well-dressed, the educated, the wealthy, and the noble. And he also mentioned that at the imperial court in Treves, which appeared to visitors as a place of terror, there were so many Gauls that they formed a group of their own there. The rule of the jurist Maximinus, who was probably commissioned by Valentinian, proved to be particularly drastic. He subjected Rome and its senators to a rigid regime of control. He persecuted several senators, mostly former office holders, who were accused of black magic, high treason, and adulteries. Ammianus, however, points out that Valentinian's interest was justified by the fact that the Roman senators undermined imperial rule by means of divinatory practices. They were essentially interested in their own prestige and representation of their class, while their interest in governing increasingly waned. At the beginning of the 5th century, relations between emperors and senators continued to erode. The senators blamed Emperor Honorius for not protecting their property from the devastation caused by Alaric's Goths. As a result, some of them allied themselves with the rival Attalus. His successor, Valentinian III, was also unable to consolidate his position vis-à-vis the Senate, although he was present in Rome relatively often during his reign and signaled a willingness to accommodate the city's senators through several measures. With the extent of 454, the assassination of Emperor Valentinian III by supporters of one of his magistrates, possibly with a participation of senators, a fragmentation and regionalization of the social elites finally set in the Western Empire, which contributed significantly to the disintegration of the Western Roman Empire. The complex network of relationships that had previously connected the aristocracy and the army with the imperial house was definitely broken. A multitude of interest groups joined the struggle for power. Within the aristocracy, the urban Roman dynasties competed with each other as well with the northern Italian and Gallic families. In the disintegrating army, the individual military units increasingly pursued their own interests under their commanders. In the course of this crisis, the Senate gained political weight as the legitimizing organ and representative body of the aristocracy. However, this did not have any effects on the stabilization of the empire. On the contrary, Emperor Avitus, who wanted to settle in Rome again, was expelled and deposed by the city Romans. Under the pressure of circumstances, the military and administrative apparatus of late antiquity finally dissolved. The traditional political and military structures remained only in the core area of Italy, including the areas in Gaul and Dalmatia, ruled by Odoacer and Theodoric, and particularly in the secessionist areas. But overall, the relationships between emperor and senate failed and declined. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you very much for this very insightful paper, which is from a historical approach and rather new to us because we had very philological approaches. So it's really nice to have this new point of view. I now open the floor to questions. Are there any questions or comments?
Thank you. It's interesting that in the 3rd century, the equities become much more powerful and then it's just solved by promoting them to the Senate in the 4th century, and then they are not important anymore. Again.
Absolutely, it's really it's a change of policy. Absolutely, yeah. Because during the 3rd century, senators really lost their power. Yeah? They were, in a way, it was a degradation. Yeah, and maybe as a kind of strengthening the hierarchy or so, they were promoted to senatorial classes, and maybe the hope really was to have a to get a devoted magisterial class or so, yeah. And there are some dissertations on this point that during the 4th century, this new class of promoted new senators tried to compete with the rich families, according to houses and all the status symbols. But some of them, especially some of them lost this competition, and they were not rich enough, and so you have a process of differentiation, yeah, and some of them, focused rather on their own, yeah? And there was the Gallic senatorial group, then the group in Milan, yeah, and the Romans, and they were not completely integrated with each other, and of course Constantinople as well, yeah. And the interesting point in the 5th century is that it came to, maybe it's just a connection to your talk yesterday. It came to to a re-emasculation of senatorial aristocracy concerning building policy, because during imperial times, Rome was a construction field of the emperors. Yeah, that was their building place, yeah? And senators rather had the opportunity to have their monuments in the Italian towns, but with the emperor having left the city in 402, senatorial families really repatronized the city places, yeah. And they regained the influence over Rome now. Yeah. And to see even the literary sources, it's very interesting, the multi-perspectivity, yeah, because Timo Stickler has shown in his dissertation how self-evidently senatorial aristocracy during the 5th century re-established not only their positions, but their self-consciousness. They said, well, we are the representatives of the most majorum. Of course, for several centuries, there was this anomaly called princeps or so, yeah, or dominus or so. But there was really a propagandistic policy, and they re-established their group formation. Yeah, it was with a lot of literature. It's really one of the golden ages of senatorial literature and self-expression, yeah? And re-establishing Agorius praetextatus, and that's it would not have been enough time to cite it all, yeah, but it's really tempting to have it, yeah, under the view.
Do we have another question? Sorry, yes,
Somebody else has one. Well, coming to the end of your paper, when you said at one point when Uruaka became Rex, and they said we don't need a Kaiser anymore in Rome, an emperor anymore. At this point, is it the case that the senators just happy with their local power, like and they don't need the emperor anymore? Now they can take a Germanic king if he leaves them in their local power position, and then they don't need it for their own prestige anymore to be like a senator of the emperor. Is it just a important guy in France anymore? Oh.
Absolutely, because I think the calculation just was that we as a Senate are our own group of prestige, and no matter who is a ruler under us or so, yeah? And every one of this of this new king or new rulers or so has to negotiate with this group, and of course they had just a waging policy. That was the reason why at the end of Theodoric there was a clash between them and like Cassiodor and so, because some of them really had contact to the East Roman emperor, and so Theodoric really had the impression, and I think it was a justified impression, that they let's say they calculated with several coins. So yeah.
So thank you very much again. Our next speaker is Christos Argyropoulos. He is a PhD student at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens and St. Joseph's University in Philadelphia. He earned a research fellowship at the University of Cincinnati and the John Miller Burnham Classics Library for 2025. His research interests center on Roman historiography and biography about the early Principate, with a particular focus on their reception in modern art. His thesis explores the diverse portrayals of Livia Drusilla in 20th and 21st century historical novels and television, examining how these media reinterpret classical narratives for contemporary audiences.
Thank you. Good evening to everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present my work to you. It is, of course, an honor and a privilege, so thank you. My paper focuses on the intensely antagonistic relationship between Livia Drusilla, First Lady of the Roman Empire, and her son and Emperor Tiberius Julius. I will be using two major historiographical accounts and biographical accounts as well, the Annals of Tacitus and the Life of Tiberius by Suetonius. Both sources, as we will see, present the same relationship, shedding light in complementary aspects of it. But in order to determine the specific nature of the crisis in question, as well as the behavioral changes within this mother and son relationship, first we must examine the prior dynamics between them. Livia Drusilla is depicted as being deeply invested in the future and career prospects of her son, Tiberius, from her first marriage to Tiberius Claudius Nero. For instance, we learn from Suetonius that during her pregnancy, she seeks omens, varis captaret hominibus, regarding Tiberius's gender. She does this by warming an egg in her hands until a cock chick hatches. More importantly, as we see here, she learns from the astrologer Scribonius that her son will become a king. Suetonius uses the word regnaturum, but without the traditional symbols of kingship, sine regio insigni. Later, when Tiberius decides to leave Rome and seeking to escape the pressures of public office, Livia begs him not to abandon his place in Rome, but with little success. Afterward, though, she intercedes with her second husband, the Emperor Augustus, to secure a position for him as a legatus, an imperial, let's say, envoy in Rhodes, vix per matrem consecutus in the text. And this is where the situation becomes a bit more problematic, because even though Tiberius shows, at least in this stage, little interest in holding power, his mother actively campaigns, albeit secretly, as Tacitus notes, with the phrase obscuris matris artibus. It's a bit obscured, ironically enough. She conspires to make him Augustus's heir. She persuades her husband through pleading, precibus uxoris evictus in the text, to adopt Tiberius as his successor, and she ensures that all other rival heirs are eliminated. She accomplishes this by murdering, basically poisoning, the adopted grandsons, thus sons and heirs of Augustus, Gaius and Lucius, and by ordering the assassination of his last grandson, Agrippa Posthumus. This is an action reported both by Tacitus and Suetonius as well. According to Tacitus, in order to further her own goals, Livia also orchestrates the murder of Augustus himself. as we see here. But as the wife, the mother, and the stepmother of a prominent aristocratic household, Livia is expected to care for her family members and devote herself to domestic matters. The epitaph of Claudia, which is also a distant relative of the historical Livia, encapsulates this ideal of Roman womanhood. We read that Claudia loved her husband with all her heart, suum maritum corde dilexit suo. She bore 2 sons, gnatos duos creavit. She kept the house, domum servavit, and she made wool, lanam fecit. The aforementioned are the most prominent elements of female identity in Roman society, of course, and for this reason they are publicly displayed through funerary inscriptions. The empress, as we see here in contrast, rejects these very ideals in her pursuit of influencing the mechanisms of dynastic succession. We see that she commits crimes against her family. We see here Tacitus describes poisoning as a scellus uxoris. Oh, I'm sorry. Something. That's it. This is where it is. As a scellus uxoris. Livia demonstrates also deceit, dolus, here it is, and thus she's hastening the downfall of her own relatives. Quedem festinavisse. Livia's quest for power on behalf of her son transforms her into a subversive figure, one would say, an anti-matron who defies the traditional expectations of Roman womanhood. And ultimately, Livia succeeds. Tiberius does become emperor after Augustus' death. Nevertheless, the annals emphasize that the power he received, his own dominatio, is merely a present, a donum by his mother. And in this exact context arises the problem of power. Livia, having exercised only discrete influence up until this point, now seeks a share in absolute power, and she also wants to wield it openly. Tacitus notes that, for example, she aspires to be a partner in governorship, a socia. So this is a political as well as an interpersonal crisis, and it raises the question of who should truly rule. Is it the one who formally holds the power, which is the emperor, or the one who informally bestowed that power upon him, which means his mother? Moreover, after the emperor's death, the first emperor's death, Livia inherits also the title of Augusta. The precise meaning of this term was and still kind of remains unclear, because we're not sure if it is merely honorary or if it allows further involvement in politics. To Livia's surprise, Tiberius seems to believe the former, and he rejects his mother's request to co-rule. According to him and many other Roman thinkers of the time, among them, of course, Tacitus and Suetonius, women are stereotypically unfit to rule due to their perceived mental and physical deficiencies. Thus, the new emperor warns his mother to refrain from what he describes as an affairs of importance and unbecoming a woman. Maioribus nec feminae convenientibus negotiis. So Livia's chief obstacle here is her gender. But there's also a more practical and political reason. Livia's involvement in her son's administrative duties undermines his own prestige as emperor. Tacitus notes that muliebre fasticium in diminutionem sui accipiens. Since women have no place in politics, allowing Livia to exert power and influence openly would reflect negatively upon Tiberius, of course, and it would brand him as weak-willed. Even worse, his subjects might perceive him as being ruled by his mother. Suetonius notes that Tiberius is afraid to be seen as guided by his mother, regi videretur. And the situation is further exacerbated by the psychological characteristics of both mother and son. Livia is described as a mater impotens, an unruly mother. Thus, she is portrayed as a woman out of control, who is unwilling to conform to social norms and is unsatisfied by the simple honor of being a wife and the mother of the emperor. Livia is greedy. She stands for power, potentiae anxia. And as we have seen, she does not hesitate to resort to illicit tactics to realize her ambitions. Tiberius, on the other hand, becomes corrupted by this newfound political power once he gains it, and he becomes envious, anxious, invidia of potential rivals to his rule. So both mother and son are anxious not only to gain, but also to retain their political power. And thus a complex dynamic arises between them. Tiberius physically avoids Livia and does not accept any advice from her. Et congressum eius assiduum vitavit et longiores secretiores sermones. And despite this, Livia seems to impose her own political views and will on her son, demanding compensation for the pivotal role she played in his success. This causes Tiberius to feel vexed or oppressed. Suetonius uses the participle gravatus, and this sense of oppression particularly underscores Livia's role as an overbearing, a burdensome mother in those narratives, a characterization that Tacitus also openly supports, calling her a gravis mater, a burden as a mother. In public now, Livia tries to enhance her own political status by undermining her son's authority. For example, she dedicates a statue of Augustus near the theater of Marcellus and places her name above the emperor's name on the dedicatory inscription. Tiberius regards this movement, of course, as a particularly personal affront, an offensio, and for his part, he refuses to honor his mother publicly by entitling her as a parent of her country, parentem patriae, or as Tacitus notes, as a mother of the country, mater patriae. He is also very displeased with being called the son of Livia, Liviae Filius. Thus, we observe a complete reversal of the prior dynamics. Livia is no longer devoted to her son's success, and Tiberius actively opposes his mother, something that we see first time here only once before, when he wanted to leave his offices and leave Rome, but even in that situation, Livia was the one who persuaded him to come back. In any case, we can safely assume that Tiberius previously showed sufficient obedience to Livia to follow her advice and embrace her vision for his future. And after all, Tacitus notes that the emperor's compliance towards his mother was deep-rooted, timberio inveteratum matrem obsequium, and that Livia also had parental authority, auctoritas parentis, over him. Which seems that is not the case anymore, right? And as a result, discordia, which means discord or disagreement, prevails within the imperial domus, while its opposite, concordia, which is the essential element of a harmonious family life, is notably absent. Because however much they try to hide the fact from the public, mother and son now hate each other. Tacitus uses the phrase occultis odiis. Also, we should note here the fact that their hatred is secret, because the public, both the Senate and the people, is not aware of the rivalry between the mother and the son. However, since this conflict is not only a personal disagreement, but also a full-blown struggle for power, one would say, private tensions inevitably spill into public life. Also, mother and son are depicted as duplicitous in general. Livia is described as a good match for the hypocrisy of her son, et cum simulatione filii bene composita. Thus, secrecy is a skill at which both excel. Now, Suetonius records the climax of this bitter struggle for power. When Livia asks her son to appoint one of her favorites as a decurio, he mocks her by saying that he will do it, but only if it is publicly said that he was forced to do so by his own mother, extortum id sibi a matre. Livia is enraged, commota, by his insolence, and brings forth some of Augustus's old letters, veteres codiculos, which comment on Tiberius's flaws and vices, de acerbitate et intolerantia morum eius. Now, this action, of course, is obviously vindictive and spiteful, especially from a mother, but it also has significant political implications, because if such letters were circulated, Tiberius's position would be seriously compromised. His succession to the Roman throne obviously depends upon the perceived approval of his deified predecessor. If Augustus was truly discontented and unhappy with Tiberius, then this might call into question whether Tiberius should hold this powerful position in any case. And the aforementioned incident acts as a catalyst for the complete breakdown of the mother and son relationship. Suetonius actually believes that this was the primary reason for Tiberius's retirement to Capri. Ut quidam putent inter causas sequesus hanc eivel precipuam fuisse. It's the sentence here. The emperor is by implication pushed out of Rome, pushed out of the political center by a meddling woman who by all accounts should have remained traditionally and conveniently apolitical. The sources also note that after leaving Rome, the emperor visited his mother only once in 3 years, and just for one day and for a very few hours, uno die et paucissimis oris, when she fell ill, he made no effort to visit her, ac mox neque aegrae adesse curavit. And when she died in Tiberius's absence, of course, according to Tacitus, he did not even attend her funeral, which was delayed so long that her corpse had started to decompose. Tiberius also forbade her deification, prohibuit consecrari, claiming that he was acting under her own instructions. He also disregarded the provisions of her will, testamentum quoque eius pro irrito habuit, and shortly after that he caused the downfall of all her friends and intimates. So we can see that Tiberius refuses spitefully to perform his own duties, his officia, to his mother's memory, thereby failing to demonstrate the virtue of pietas. Now, pietas encompasses much more than what we would actually describe as piety today, which is the fulfilling of religious obligation. In Roman times, it also signified a strong sense of responsibility, devotion, and respect towards one's parents. It is a virtue that all dutiful and, let's say, good Roman children should possess. And therefore, just as Livia is depicted as a bad, interfering mother, Tiberius emerges also as a bad, negligent son. So, in order to reach some conclusions, we must also examine first the political and authorial context of both the annals and the life of Tiberius. This interpersonal crisis must be examined considering actually both Tiberius and Suetonius's political stance. Both writers belong to the senatorial elite and thus are characteristically anti-imperial in their works, because the Julio-Claudian dynasty, the first Roman imperial dynasty, denuded their class of its political power. They are concerned that the political actions and discussions, which traditionally occurred in public, in the Senate, for example, are now being conducted behind closed doors. Consequently, and that's of huge importance in this situation, family concerns and state concerns are inextricably bound together. This means that the interpersonal influences the political. The discordia between mother and son threatens Rome's stability. But at the same time, the political affects the interpersonal. The desire to rule Rome has destroyed the relationship between the mother and the son. And the crisis in question proves that in both texts, the Julio-Claudians have created, let's say, a problematic space where the boundaries between the public and the private are not clear. And out of this socio-political confusion arises the subversion of gender and familial roles. Even though Livia is a woman who should have remained traditionally apolitical, because she belonged to the household, she has to take care of her family. She gets involved in public life, and which actively goes, let's say, against her duties as a wife and mother because she's harming her relatives. Tiberius, in turn, feeling oppressed by his own mother's inability, let's say, to restrain her desire for power, refuses to perform his own duties as a good son. Thus, he is rejecting the role of the pius filius. We should conclude thus that the problematic political system of the Principate creates in this situation a problematic mother who in turn is responsible for her problematic son. This is bibliography and the text editions that I've used. Thank you very much for your attention.
We thank you very much, Christos, for this very well-presented paper. And now the floor is open to thoughts, reactions, any comments. Is there any question? Otherwise, I will ask. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Christos. This was very interesting and very, very, very well presented. Yes, and very well structured. So you said how, in the end, in your conclusions, you said that, how did you say it?
Let's go back.
Yes, this is it, subversion of gender and familial roles. And I was wondering, Bayreuth is a son and he's younger. So is he presented as a child that cannot make his own decisions? So is his characterization? What is the vocabulary? What are the images? How is he presented, except bitter in the end, that he does not want to bury his mother and so on?
Yes.
What is the presentation of this character?
Well, first of all, we need to note the fact that historiography does not care, let's say, about the influence that the childhood has on a person. Thus, when we see Tiberius, we, especially as an emperor, we must see him as a fully fledged man. Which means that it's not the fact that he cannot say no to his mother because he's weak. It's the fact that he's unable to do so. Thus, he's not, let's say, the best man to Rome. Because if you cannot control the women of your family, especially your mother and your wife, this means that you cannot also control the state. First of all. And second of all, I think Tiberius is a very classic, let's say, classical also case of power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely, especially in Suetonius's case, because he's at first presented as a very noble man, or at least a man that tries to do his best. For example, he's very unhappy by the fact that his wife, Julia, is unfaithful to him, which is a problem. But after he gains power, he becomes, let's say, the stock image of a Roman tyrant. He's very obsessive over his power. He's very jealous, tense, and spiteful as well. So I hope I answered your question. Fantastic.
Is there any other question? Ah, yes.
Thank you. Thank you for your talk. What I'm curious about, are there any hints on, are there any sources about Livia as a center of patronage also? Because that was one of the problems for Agrippina the Younger, so that she really was like a spider in the web also, yeah, for exactly. Nero also. And what about Livia? Because she was so, she had such a long-standing power position, and was she a center for communication, or yeah?
That's a great question. Thank you. The fact is that once Livia becomes Augustus's wife, let's say that steadily she becomes more and more prominent in public life through statues, having, let's say, the privileges of the Vestal Virgins, and up until a point she was also able to sit in a special seat at the theater, and which means obviously very much politically influenced, and let's say gravis by the sense of gravitas, the Roman gravitas, political exposure, let's say. Thus, she was able, of course, to create a network of influences, of clientes, which when we speak in matters of gender as well, only men are allowed to be patrons. Patronus is a man and clientes are also men. But Livia, we see that steadily tries to, let's say, move past this gender barrier. And of course, we are not able to know what the historical woman thought about or what exactly was the situation between the mother and the son, let's say privately and psychologically. But at least this situation by those two writers is presented as a problem, because female political exposure means that Rome is, let's say, damned to be more effeminate, which is also a bad thing according to the writers of the time. Yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
So any other questions? Yes.
So I'm not in any way a Roman historian, so this is pure ignorance. It just struck me that if I understand, Tacitus deplores the fact that women participate even obliquely in public affairs and so on.
Absolutely, yes.
And yet his history is all about the participation of women in public affairs.
Exactly.
So he's writing about the thing he deplores,
yes.
which is kind of paradoxical, because if it was not the case, he would not have something to write, probably.
Obviously.
So is there any kind of discussion in the scholarship about this kind of paradox in Tacitus, which is very interesting and yeah.
Thank you for the question. Well, Tacitus writes obviously much later than the Julio-Claudian dynasty, almost 100 years later. So he's writing under a very different regime. One of his political, let's say, and literary agendas is the fact that he must denounce the previous dynasty in order to, let's say, erase even higher the current dynasty. But at the same time, I think, because I believe you also have in mind the case of Agrippina and Nero, which is pretty much the same situation we have here, but Nero kills Agrippina and he does not neglect her when she dies. But I think I have two things to note about this. Either Tacitus writes a very specific type, which represents all the evils that come from female participation in politics, or that Livia acts as a prototype of this type of woman, and every other empress that comes after her, obviously Agrippina is one of them, emulates, let's say, this anti-exemplum, this very problematic example of women. That's it.
Are there any other questions, reactions, comments?
In front of you.
Oh.
Thank you. I have a little question. You clearly showed how Tiberius was a failure as an emperor, first controlled by his mother and afterwards by Sejanus. We didn't tell about that, but so he was first controlled by a woman and then by Libertus, which is
exactly
bad. And then he luckily died and everybody was happy, saying Tiberius in Tiberim. I think it's Suetonius. I was wondering if what Dio Cassius says about these things. So he writes later, maybe. So if, of course, we can't tell what is really historical and what is narrative construction, but maybe this would be interesting to compare if he has a different opinion or if he doesn't mention all these things. But I don't know, maybe.
Thank you for the question. To answer plainly, he pretty much has the same opinion of Livia and her influence. And I think he even more underlines the gender barrier of Livia, because he says that Livia as a woman, and he says it explicitly, in these cases, in those two cases at least, it's very much the undertone, what women must and mustn't do. But Dio writes it openly. Livia as a woman cannot enter the Senate, she cannot control the armies, but not taking into consideration those things that she must do. She has, let's say, the nerve to try to control her son. She also accepts clientes in her home, and she also tries to extinguish a fire in the forum, which is even more problematic because fire extinguishing was done by vigiles. Vigiles, I think there were 7,000, I think, and they partly acted also as a military. So that's even worse because it's not a woman at the head of the state, but also a woman at the head of an army. So it's pretty much the same, yes, but with many more details.
Okay, we have time for one last question, if there's any. Okay, so then I think because of the, I will ask
Of
you in
course,
the
yes,
break.
I know.
We go on to our next speaker. Thank you again, of course.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maria Irini Zachariodaki. Okay. Oh, okay. We can now resume after the short technical problem to the presentation of Maria Irini Zachariodaki about the fratricide of Geta. Now we can also see her PowerPoint, okay? And you may start.
Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for being here today and attending either virtually or in person. Herodian composed in the 3rd century the history of the empire from the death of Markus, and in 8 books he narrates the series of imperial successions or usurpations over approximately 60 years, specifically from the death of Marcus Aurelius in 100 AD to the ascent of Gordian III in 238 AD. My presentation, which constitutes a part of my PhD thesis, places us in the dawn of 3rd century when the fraternal dispute between Severus' sons, Caracalla and Geta, is taking place. I will be particularly discussing the unfortunate outcome of this dispute and its tragic resonances. Septimius Severus, the Libyan commander of Pannonia, emerges in the narrative toward the end of the 2nd book, and Herodian introduces him as a brave administrator with shrewd judgment. When he is notified about the current unrest in the political arena, Severus considers this to be the right moment for him to seize the Roman Empire, which is hovering over 2 idle and dissolute men. Julianus, the official emperor, who acquired the empire in a disgraceful auction, and Pescennius Niger, who is merely chosen in the absence of a better contender for Julianus. Severus gains the support of the troops by advertising that he is called to rule by divine providence, especially emphasizing a dream in which Pertinax himself bequeaths him the throne in the Roman form. The reference to Pertinax is not accidental. Pertinax ascended to the throne after the murder of Commodus and is portrayed up to an extent as Marcus Aurelius' alter ego. Thus, being aware that the Illyrian soldiers as well as the Roman population still honor the man's memory, Severus sets Pertinax as the exemplar for his reign and also stresses the administration of justice for his murder as the only reason behind his own current attempts for advancement. However, the expectations about Severus' virtues and sincere intentions are overturned when Herodian brings his ambiguous and underlying devious character to the fore. In particular, the overemphasized allegations about the aimed fair punishment of Pertinax murderers as presented as just a pretext, a prophecies. Severus actually exploits Pertinax's name and popularity to his advantage to easily secure the general approval and goodwill by reviving the memory of the jointly beloved man, while concealing his true aspirations of power and imperialistic tendencies under the guise of necessary retribution. At the same time, by adopting the role of Pertinax avenger, Severus automatically becomes the alleged continuator of Marcus Aurelius' regime. As a result, when he is officially proclaimed Roman emperor, Severus builds his propaganda on a fictitious birthright claim to the throne, originating from his invented adoption by Marcus Aurelius. Severus was definitely aware that his ascent was nothing more than an act of usurpation, and thus the affiliation of his newly founded dynasty to the Antonine house would enable him not only to legitimize his imperial power, but also to establish his son's right to the throne. In this regard, the close family members are enlisted to this bid for unchallenged dynastic power. Julia Domna is promoted as the heir of Faustina the Younger and Crispina, as well as the mother of future Severan emperors, while Caracalla takes the name Antoninus after Marcus Aurelius and becomes the intended successor, which brings us to the main topic of the presentation, the dysfunctional Severan family. In Herodian's history, Severus' career and reign interestingly appear to be divided into his public and private life. To be exact, once this man has eliminated every enemy who could threaten his power, Herodian shifts the focus from Severus as an exceptional general, though greedy and ruthless emperor, to his common role as paterfamilias. To begin with, the paternal anxiety of Severus is triggered by the realization that his young sons are already corrupted. They display an improper fervor for shows and performances, as well as an unrestrained desire to seek all sorts of pleasures. According to our text, Severus has no intention of appointing anyone else as his successor, so he is distressed by the boy's current dissolute lifestyle. The fact that Herodian fixates the narrative on Severus' new role as the sole educator for his children allows the readers to focus on and attend to Severus' efforts to morally reform his son's characters, and especially his subsequent failure, since every attempt is pointless. Caracalla and Geta are irreversibly corrupted in their opulent way of life and hate each other dreadfully. The fraternal loathing becomes the main concern of Septimius Severus during the last years of his reign. Herodian declares that the disputes between the brothers started from a really young age, and soon enough the childish mutual antagonism turned into an implacable open hostility. Severus repeatedly contrives to mend this dispute and reconcile his sons, urging them to live in harmonious concord. The emperor appears to be aware of the difficulties and hesitation in sharing power, but considers his son's cooperation in ruling Rome to be imperative. He specifically explains to Caracalla and Geta that the vast wealth and treasures, as well as the large, mighty army, could guarantee long-lasting and secure reign for them, provided that there would never be a civil war. Nevertheless, the fact that he foregrounds the necessity of his sons and only harmonious coexistence, not as a virtuous and moral way of ruling, but as merely the only way to maintain and increase the already established power and wealth, brings the problematic aspects of Severus' paternal figure to the fore. For Severus considers money and power to be the guarantors of a long-lasting reign, and at this moment appears to project onto his sons what he himself is enthusiastically pursuing. As I already mentioned, Herodian portrays Septimius Severus as a brave and highly proficient general, but as a devious, greedy, and short-tempered man. These vices reveal his immoral ethos and seem to have predetermined the failure of his successors, who unfortunately follow their father's behavioral example. In their unceasing hatred, the brothers yearn for the sole power and employ the same insidious techniques that their father devised to be rid of his enemies. For instance, Severus schemes against Albinus and attempts to assassinate him through, among others, a covert poisoning, which definitely evokes the brothers' poisoning attempts against each other. It should be stressed that the fraternal rivalry, which will lead to an unspeakable tragedy, could have possibly arisen or at least intensified due to Severus' favor for his older son and the consequent uneven distribution of offices. Herodian highlights Severus' seemingly honest concern to reconcile his sons and his ambition to appoint both of them as the succeeding co-rulers who would lead Rome on equal terms. However, historical evidence suggests otherwise, and probably Severus was the one who sowed the seed of competitiveness among the brothers. As a matter of fact, Caracalla was in the epicenter, climbing the empire's official ranks, when there was no sign that his less than a year younger brother was even destined for promotion. For instance, by 208 AD, Caracalla was an appointed co-emperor for nearly 10 years, while Geta still remained a Caesar. Therefore, it might be no coincidence that Caracalla is portrayed as the most docile student of Severus' dubious practices, notably when he crowns himself as the sole emperor. To be exact, he not only adopts but also exaggerates all the negative qualities attributed to his father by Herodian, and particularly turns Severus' occasional aggression and cruelty into a ruthless bloodthirstiness, while he becomes an expert in stratagems and hypocritical attitude. Caracalla also displays Severus' insatiable imperialism and lust for glory. For instance, he perpetrates an atrocious massacre against the Parthians just to obtain the title of Pathicus in passage 4:10:1. The last statement recalls Severus, who likewise insisted on attacking Britain because he was zealous to win a British Victorian title in passage 3:15:4, although he made sure to advertise it as merely a nice opportunity for his sons to leave the capital and detoxify from Rome's tempting pleasures. Most importantly, Caracalla murders his own brother, instigated by the desire to ensure the sole ascendancy, an outcome actually foretold by Severus in passage 3:13:3. Based on our source, he warns his sons about the disastrous effects of their enmity, echoing back to many ancient myths and tragic plays, whose plots recount the inevitable calamities caused by strife between two royal brothers. The fact that Herodian pictures Severus making this precise remark functions as a prolepsis, since Caracalla and Geta will soon take the roles of Polynices and Eteocles. Before delving into the indirect reanimation of the Theban cycle in Rome, we should focus on the fraternal strife that reaches its pinnacle after the death of Severus. Julia Domna now emerges as the parent who in vain attempts to reconcile the brothers. The only outcome is an artificial agreement. Caracalla, anagi malon ignomi, compelled rather than persuaded, accepts to share the throne and power with Geta while feigning a conciliatory zest. During their journey back to Rome and while holding the urn with their father's remains, Caracalla and Geta take safety precautions against each other's possible murder attempts, as we see in passage 411, and await their arrival so that they can completely part ways. They particularly start leading separate lives and hence decide to partition the palace, its buildings, and even the private roads to avoid any accidental meetings. However, the division of Rome was not enough for the young co-emperors, who still felt oppressed by their mere coexistence in the same city. As a result, they now decide to divide the whole empire and move even further away from each other, not in different residential areas, but on different continents. In the middle of the brothers quarreling, their mother intervenes, uttering a touching direct speech as a last gasp attempt to bring peace between Caracalla and Geta. The young co-emperors not only remain unmoved by their mother's heartwarming words and tears, but also intensify their mutual murder attempts to obtain the desired throne. In the end, Caracalla, unable to restrain his rage and longing for absolute monarchy, decides to wield his sword and perform a fratricide in order to at last be rid of Geta's presence once and for all. We are now moving to the final part of my presentation. The story of Caracalla and Geta pertains to a fraternal dispute and a general familial crisis with a tragic end. This seems to be the substance of tragedy itself. According to Aristotle, tragedy aims to describe terrible or pitiable incidents which can chiefly be found in cases of harm inflicted among kins. One of the most fabled stories is the conflict between Eteocles and Polynices. Herodian's description of a fratricide already subtextually sets the framework for adding the history to the texts that integrate aspects of the Theban cycle into an imperial story. However, the key element is found later in the narrative when the Alexandrians refer to Julia Domna as Jocasta, a name that definitely alludes to the myth of Oedipus. There are three possible aspects at which the Alexandrians are hinting by choosing the nickname for the empress. They might solely refer to the wedded themes of brotherly mutual enmity, succession, and bloodshed, which are definitely compatible with the two royal brothers who die over the Theban throne. They might imply that Caracalla murdered his father, citing Oedipus' patricide against Laius. They might even underline a potential incest committed in the Severan palace between Julia Domna and Caracalla, pointing to the incestuous relationship between Jocasta and Oedipus, which completes the storyline. To begin with, Oedipus secludes himself from the public eye after the revelation of his committed patricide and incest. The kingdom of Thebes is now bestowed to Eteocles and Polynices, who decide to rule in alternative orders. Eteocles is the first to impinge on his brother's right to power, as he refuses to concede the throne to Polynices when his provisional tenure is over. This decision signals the enraged reaction of Polynices, who seeks revenge with full-scale combat, and hence the beginning of the fraternal eris kaki. The hostility between Caracalla and Geta is also usually indicated with the nouns stasis and eris, as well as the verbs stasiazo and erizo, words that denote not only discord and disunity, but also a civil strife simmering beneath the surface. At the same time, the repetitive references to the two brothers as mutual enemies recall the reciprocal echthra of Severus' sons. It is widely known that Caracalla declares Geta as a public enemy after his death, an important reference that reminds us of Polynices, whose corpse remains unburied exactly because he is considered to similarly be an enemy of the state. Even though Geta's corpse is not subjected to any indignities, at least that we know of, the willing or coerced approval of his damnatio memoriae leads to the typical erasure of his name and occasionally his face or figure from coins and inscriptions. On top of the above, Herodian notes that Caracalla executed the daughter of Marcus Aurelius for the alleged reason that she grieved along with Julia Domna in the death of Geta. This comment recalls and in a wider sense confirms the report of Cassius Dio that Caracalla orders for the corpse of Geta to remain unmourned, which is conceptually similar to the well-known Creon's stance against Polynices' body, since lament was an integral part of funerary rites. Moreover, both pairs of royal brothers consider the partition of power to be the best solution. Caracalla and Geta, as we saw, plan to spatially dissever the empire, while Eteocles and Polynices decide to rule within time frames. Their attempts utterly fail, which leads to Geta's murder and the mutual fratricide of the Theban kings, who end up dividing their dominion with their swords in a single combat. One of the greatest similarities between these storylines is the presence of a compassionate mother who struggles for her son's reconciliation. Jocasta strives to resolve the dispute and particularly convinces Eteocles and Polynices to meet under a truce and negotiate a potential solution to their feud. The young men, though, and especially Eteocles, arrive only for their mother's sake. Moreover, following Cassius Dio's version of events, since Herodian's text is fragmentary, Julia Domna is deceived by Caracalla's murderous plan and becomes the one to organize the final tragic meeting of his sons. However, Geta attends only out of affection for his mother. It is well known that Julia and Jocasta never succeeded in their goal. When Julia Domna realizes that her sons plan to dichotomize the empire and drift away from each other, she makes a strongly dramatic appeal. Except for partitioning the land and the sea, Caracalla and Geta must now find a way to section their mother's body and presence. In other words, Julia Domna asks to be torn into pieces so that her sons would be able to share her as well, just like they did with their other assets. After the tearful speech, the grieving mother embraces both Caracalla and Geta as the last gasp attempt to heal their hatred. In Seneca's version of the story, Jocasta has a similarly dramatic reaction when she arrives on the battlefield and witnesses Eteocles and Polynices poised and in readiness to commit a mutual full-scale attack. She is willing to physically intercede in the conflict by standing in between her sons' drawn weapons so that whoever attacks his brother must attack his mother first. With gestures of mourning, Jocasta pleads for reconciliation and, like Julia Domna, embraces her sons, though not simultaneously. In both cases, the maternal hug takes the form of a farewell. Geta will be executed by his brother's hand or command. Eteocles and Polynices will murder each other, while both mothers will join their sons in death. Specifically, Julia becomes a spectator of Geta's murder, but according to Herodian, commits suicide only when she receives the urn with Caracalla's ashes, because this is when she has lost both of her children. Similarly, Jocasta mourns over the wounded bodies of her sons, and once they die, she kills herself, embracing their corpses. The second aspect of comparison between the Roman and Theban brothers pertains to the issue of incest. Jocasta is probably the most notorious mythical case of a mother who marries her son Oedipus, and thus the choice of Alexandrians to call Julia Domna Jocasta could insinuate her incestuous relationship with Caracalla. Davenport, in his article The Sexual Habits of Caracalla, provides the most comprehensive analysis and argumentation on this topic. According to his research, Caracalla's unmarried and childless status, coupled with the prominent public position of his mother, constituted an ambiguous situation in the minds of Roman audiences, hence resulting in the circulation of rumors among not only the Alexandrians, but also elite Roman circles about a potentially ongoing incestuous relationship. Based on archaeological sources and especially numismatic and epigraphic evidence, after Severus' death, Julia Domna undertook, at least seemingly, the role of Caracalla's female counterpart as if they were a new imperial pair, an Augustus and an Augusta. This is also indicated by titles such as Pia Felix, an adjective designed to emulate Caracalla's Pius Felix. Caracalla's outraged reaction to his mother's derisive new name and the following avenging massacre against the residents of Alexandria is interpreted by the historiographer as almost a confession that the nickname's connotations are accurate. As we see in 492, he notes that people will be deeply offended when the scornful comments capture and expose the true essence of their flaws or sinful actions. It can be additionally argued that Herodian believes the widespread rumor up to some extent, since despite his tendency to silence any scandalous information about his protagonists, he includes even such a discreet allusion to the incest. In addition, the nickname Jocasta is presented as one of Alexandrian's typical witticisms. The accuracy of the rest narrating Labuns, though, naming Caracalla's fratricide and his ignominious imitation of Alexander the Great and Achilles, adds to the tale's plausibility. The attempted patricide is what folds the tragic triptych of the Theban disaster and the current discussion on the storyline's affinity between the pairs of royal brothers. As the name Jocasta always carries the stigma of incest, Oedipus is equally etched in every reader's mind as a son who marries his mother after the assassination of his father Laius. Similarly, in Herodian's work, Caracalla is presented as desperate to hasten the death of Severus, to which end he tries to persuade the doctors to mistreat him, whereas Cassius Dio reports an actual murder attempt. To sum up, the Theban megatext, but also the fraternal deadly struggle between Severus' sons, illustrate the multifaceted issue of intrafamilial crisis and its sociopolitical ramifications. As Caracalla mentions in his defense speech, no one should accuse him of murder because there is a long-standing tradition of brotherly quarrels over the throne that end with fratricide, reaching back to Remus and Romulus, and thus the foundational myth of Rome per se. The above-mentioned discussion is only one example of Herodian's dramatic mode of narrative, which constitutes an important pylon of my research. The extensive use of theatrical elements wedded to a vivid writing style is frequently what prompts the narratees to envision Herodian's history as a stage performance. Thank you so much for your attendance.
Thank you very much for this very, very rich presentation where we could see the fratricide of Geta from different dimensions, from the tragic domain, from different dimensions, and could enjoy this very, very much. Now I open the floor to questions. Questions, comments, and okay. I have to say that I found this very, very interesting that you connected Polynikis and Theocles to Geta and Caracalla. I think I'm not sure anymore, so I would like to ask you, wasn't there also another pair of brothers who had such a deep fight, also emperors,
Yes.
that they had the damnatio memoriae after that?
We have Nero and Germanicus, we have Domitian with Titus, and we have many more pairs, which of course I don't know everything. But when Geta is murdered and the soldiers are speaking with Caracalla, actually Caracalla is trying to convince them that I am the victim here. And so he says that I'm not the only one. This is just a genealogy of fratricide. This is how in Rome we are taking the power. So I'm following tradition. And he's also accusing Marcus Aurelius of killing Lucius Verus, which is kind of not true, I'm not sure. But one of the really famous pair is Germanicus and Nero. I think Britannicus, it's the name we remember him with.
Yes, Britannicus, yes. And it's very interesting because you have a dynasty and then you have two brothers who one tries to destroy the other, and then the dynasty ends abruptly. So one could say, why don't they try to somehow restrain themselves for the sake of the dynasty? But this is a kind of repetitive mistake, as it seems. Any other?
Okay, just one quick question. You mentioned the role of, not the role, the assimilation of Livia with Jocasta, like the mother figure, Julia Domna, sorry. So you said they are similar, they are presented as similar. And I see here, and now it struck me, Romilos and Romos, and they have this lupa that fits them. Any comments on that? would you say that she is also a relevant mother figure? Is this perhaps a reason why he would use this couple of brothers?
So this is the archetype, and Caracalla has to say that no one should accuse me because this is how Rome was actually founded. Lupa was like the wolf that nurtured the small kids, Remus and Romulus. Yes, a mother figure that bring them to life and help them survive. But Caracalla only refers to this couple because everyone knows who Remus and Romulus is. Everyone respects what they did for Rome. And of course, even if one of them killed the other, we still consider them to be the people who founded Rome. So it's like an ultimate authority. I refer to them, they did the same, so I'm covered in every way.
Okay, thank you. Understood.
I have a little question. At the beginning of your paper, you mentioned Septimius Severus' efforts to educate his sons when he recognized that it's not too good with them. And then, well, do you think it's a criticism on Septimius Severus because obviously he failed in educating them because they killed each other? No, not each other, one killed the other. So is it positive that he tried to educate them, or is it a criticism that he was not able to educate them? And yeah, that's what my question.
So Septimius Severus tries to present himself as with the birthright claim to the throne, because he's actually self-adopted by Marcus Aurelius, but he also tries to show that I am self-adopted, yes, but I am a philosopher. I have the virtues and I can be a second Marcus Aurelius. So he's being a corrupted man. He's trying to change the paternal figure he wants his sons to have from him. But even though he's trying to educate them, he doesn't have the virtue in him. Like he hasn't used these virtues during his lifetime. So of course the boys imitated his paternal figure, like what they saw from his behavior and not what they heard from his talks. So of course it shows how pretentious Severus' attempt was this and how corrupted was Severus himself. Did I answer? I don't know. Yes, okay.
Okay, are there any other questions, comments? Okay, then I would like to thank you very much again for this very interesting topic. And now we will have a break, a coffee break for around 15 minutes this time. And we will meet back again here at 10 past 5. Ότι το πήγες και σώρευος στην Θεσσαλονίκη και με το αρχιτεκτονικό αλλά και με την υδραμοδία.
Τα καταλάβατε. Αυτό δεν ήταν ωραίο.
Εκεί με τον γιο παντρεύτηκε η μητέρα. Το ρωτάω τώρα για να μην θυμίσει τον Ιδρύμο. Ναι, είναι. Όχι μόνο τα παιδιά τους, αλλά και τον ίδιο.
Αυτό με το ίσως, ας πούμε, εγώ το φοβόμουν πάρα πολύ. Γιατί, κοίτα, εγώ γενικά το πιστεύω λόγω του Καρακάλα και πώς έζησε. Αλλά δεν θα καθόμουν τώρα να πω ναι, πιστεύω ότι προφανώς. Αλλά θα μπορούσα να ακούσω, ας πούμε, ότι γιατί ας πούμε ασχολείσαι με το ίσως, θα αποκλείω. Δεν είναι αποκλείω, ήμουν εκεί, εγώ δεν ήμουν εκεί. Έτσι, άμα με την άλλη, δεν βάζει αυτό που βλέπω, πιστεύω ότι κάπως. Εντάξει. Αλλά φοβόμουν αυτή. Φοβόμουν να. Και τώρα σε αυτόν δεν απάντησα καλά. Κόλλησα στα αγγλικά. Είχα στο μυαλό μου, γιατί εγώ έχω γράψει διάκριση.
Cesare, hello.
Yes, hello, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yes, hello.
Cesare, hold on. Cesare, I called you Cesare, sorry. Okay,
Over.
there is some noise, which will end shortly. Perfect, okay. Hello. Hi. Hi. Hello. Okay, so let's try sharing your presentation.
Absolutely. Let me try. Share. Now I have to go on slideshow. 1 second. Can you see it?
We can see it perfectly, both here and online participants and attendees can see it, so perfect.
And you can also hear me fine. Is that okay? Or
Yes, everything works fine, the sound, the image, so we will hear you perfectly. No worries about that. And you will get to hear all the questions perfectly, as you can hear us now perfectly, I assume. Yeah? Okay, great. Okay, so see you in a bit. We will be back at what time?
At 10 past 5. 10 past 5 Greek time, 10 past 4 Italian time, 10 past 3 English time. Sorry.
No, it's perfect. See you in a second.
30 minutes.
Excellent. Thank you.
See you. Yeah.
Cesare, I would like to inform you that we're going to run a test for our in situ participants, if they can present their PowerPoint or not. So I would like to ask you to close your share screen, and now we will take the screen and see if everything works correctly, okay? Perfect. Okay, now we will run a test. Thanks.
Cesare, can you hear us?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. We hear and see you as well.
Amazing.
So let's start with our last session, our poster session. So Cesare Barba is a PhD candidate at the Department of Classics in King's College London. His research interests are history and politics of the Roman Republic, history and patronage. So Cesare, you can start right now.
Thank you very much. First of all, my sincere apologies for not being able to be there in person, which would have obviously been the preferred way. Anyway, I thank all of you and the organizing committee in particular for allowing me to present a bit of my research here today, namely relationships of clientela and moments of crisis, the case of Cicero's exile. So first of all, what is clientela? Clientela is broadly defined the relationship between patron and client. It is characterized as the ancient Roman form of a patronage relationship, a relationship which is based on a reciprocal exchange and is traditionally defined by three distinct characteristics. It is personal as opposed to transactional, it is reciprocal, asymmetrical, and sometimes scholars also add the fact that it's voluntary as a characteristic. Relationships between patron and client are tested in different forms throughout ancient Roman history. From the 12 tables, the archaic laws of the 5th century BC, where it is stated that if a patron shall have defrauded client, he must be solemnly forfeited, to the bishops of the 5th and 6th century AD, who would style themselves as patron of their flock and take over the task of their protection. The Romans basically considered clientela as something that was as old as their city. The juridical aspect, as seen in the 12 tables earlier, disappeared by the late Republic. Clientela was by then an extra-legal relationship. But the moral construct on which these early laws had been based survived in the Roman mind. For example, Virgil still places those who defraud their clients in Tartarus. In the late Republic, we observe a highly unformalized system which collects various types of relationships, all under the same term clientela. From patrons and clients, to patrons and freedmen, so-called liberti, advocate and defendant in court, to patronage over whole cities and communities, and later on with Augustus also artistic patronage. In addition, in the late Republic, we discover dynamics of clientela also in exchanges among equals in the wider social elite. These make out a somewhat particular type, because the participants were of equal rank. There was still an asymmetry between the partners, but it was less pronounced than status, because the asymmetry was basically based on the ability or the lack of the ability to access a certain resource at a particular moment in time, which was a situation which could and did often change. Moreover, it would have been impolite to use the language of clientela, which was openly hierarchical, to persons of similar standing. Thus, even though the words patronus and clients never occur, we can still detect the moral template and language of clientela, of someone who grants a beneficium with magnanimity and someone who receives it, acknowledging the moral duty to return the favor and to exhibit gratia, namely gratefulness. The biggest difference is that these relationships are described in the sources as exchanges between friends. This makes it very difficult for the historian to detect these ties, because we must look for dynamics of a relationship which the actors themselves are trying to hide due to the rules of politeness. And in addition, when things run smoothly, when the actors trust each other, there is no real reason why these ties would be made explicit. Interestingly and crucially, this is different in moments of crisis. It is exactly in these moments when doubts cloud the mind of actors that the dynamic of these relationships are most vividly encountered. And this is something which is for me fascinating and is, in my opinion, related to the very nature of trust as a sociological concept. It becomes explicit exactly when it is in crisis, which is still very visible today. Here to give you a very stupid modern example, every one of us who watches football knows that, so to say, when a club confirms their trust in the coach, it means that things are going very bad. Here, for example, something that happened with my team, the coach, Ivan Juric, said in an interview, "Sento la fiducia del club," I still feel the confidence of the club in me. And 4 days later, he was sacked. So this, just so to say, to show you that when trust is mentioned, it is rather an indication that it is in the process of eroding, that it is in crisis. To return to ancient Rome, however, it was particularly important in moments of crisis to ascertain how strong one's moral claim over other people's support was. It was then when things became concrete, when trust could either materialize or vanish. One needs to consider this in order to make an informed decision about one's future actions. Cicero's exile offers itself as a well-documented case study for a crisis in which we can observe exactly these type of exchanges. By following the matter in his private correspondence and his works, we're able to better grasp how these exchanges were negotiated and by what societal factors they were influenced. We have to keep in mind that the nature of the evidence, the preserved and edited letters, gives us only a minor glimpse into a much wider picture, which would have been also shaped by further written communication, such as pamphlets, oral communication, rumor, gossip, public opinion. Still, these dynamics, which we can trace when they rise to the surface in moments of crisis, provide us with valuable insights into something which, for me, heavily shaped the decision-making process and political behavior of men like Cicero. Thus, we will first very briefly look at the support that Cicero received during the crisis, the very practical things to ensure him safety. And after that, we will briefly analyze the political support that he received to overcome the crisis, to overcome his recall, to organize his recall. This case gives us a shift of perspective because Cicero incurred obligations which led him to practically become a client himself. To understand what this crisis meant for Cicero, we must remember what he had achieved and where he came from. From the small mountain city of Arpinum, which was quite different to Rome, he made his way into being elected consul of Rome at the minimum required age and voted unanimously by all tribes. He did this without the aid of noble family or military achievement, thus taking a unique path to glory. When facing prosecution for having executed Roman citizens without trial during the Catilinarian conspiracy, Cicero chose to go into voluntary exile. His arch-nemesis Claudius quickly passed two laws, one that forbid to grant him water and fire, which is shelter and food, and one which forced him to stay at least 400 miles from Rome. Through his exile, Cicero had lost everything that he had built up. His property was confiscated, and Claudius, his neighbor on the Palatine, even destroyed his home and built a temple dedicated to Libertas on top. He had to leave family and friends behind, not knowing when he would see them again. Moreover, in Greece, he was risking his very life. Greece was the traditional location for Roman senators to go into exile, and here were exactly those senators that had been sent into exile by Cicero himself. This, so to say, gives us a context for Cicero's crisis, where he wrote letters where he even contemplated suicide. In such a situation, Cicero was required to take any help that he could get by both recurring to old obligations of gratitude and by recurring new ones. First, he planned to escape to Sicily. He had already served as governor there, and he had acted as advocate, as patronus, on behalf of the inhabitants in the prosecution against Varus. The local governor told him it was not safe and too close to Italy, so Cicero decided to travel landwards to Brundisium and to then depart to Greece. On his land journey through Italy, he received safe passage from Varius Municipia, from Vibo, which is on the Ionic coast of Italy, to Brundisium. In Brundisium, he spent the night in the house of Laenius Flaccus, a businessman with whom he had ties, and who organized him a ship to Greece. Without delving too deeply in this, I want to note that figures of the financial elite of the Equites, such as Flaccus, would have provided for a Roman politician an important fallback in moments of crisis. We find various individuals whose financial interests Cicero would further through recommendations and on whom he could rely in moments of difficulty. They provided basically a sort of insurance policy for Roman politicians. Cicero made sail for Dyrrhachium, where he landed on the 23rd of May, 58. Receiving news of the danger that awaited him in Greece, the remaining Catilinarians in exile, he quickly joined Plancius, governor of Macedonia and a friend of his, where he remained in Thessalonica for most of his exile. As soon as Cicero landed in Greece, he also started to organize his recall. In Rome, he had two figures who continuously fought out his fight against Claudius on the streets of Rome, Cestius and Milo, both tribunes for the year 57. Even though Cicero was in exile, he was still a consular with important connections to the knights, as evidenced in his exile. Most importantly, however, he was the leading advocate of his day, and this provided a strong incentive for other politicians to integrate themselves with him. In fact, all three Roman senators who provided their assistance to Cicero during his exile did so with a calculated hope for a return, which materialized, in fact, since all Plancius, Cestius, and Milo were later defended by Cicero in court. This can surely be seen as done out of obligations of gratitude that Cicero incurred during his exile. Cicero's recall was really no simple endeavor. He required support from more powerful players. With the help of Atticus, Cicero secured himself the support of Lentulus Pinther, consul of 57, member of a strand of one of the most noble families of the Republic. When Claudius started to direct his hostilities towards Pompey, the great general himself decided to revert Cicero's exile, for which he had had a partial responsibility. When the matter was brought up again at the beginning of July, all senators except for Claudius spoke in favor of it. So on the 4th of August 57, the final bill was passed, and the next day Cicero landed in Brundisium, back in Italy, after 17 months of exile, on the exact same birthday of his daughter. 1 month later, he entered Rome, greeted by jubilant crowds, and he ascended the capital to thank the gods. Not only the gods, however, were to be recipient of Cicero's gratitude, for a different form of thanksgiving was just beginning. This was rendered public at the two speeches, one addressed to the Senate and one to the people, that Cicero held on the 5th of September. He thanked the Senate, the whole of the Roman people, the magistrates, but in particular his deepest gratitude belonged to Spinther and to Pompey. Milo and Cestius are also mentioned, but it is always emphasized how Spinther led the business and how it could not have been completed successfully without Pompey. To these men, Cicero owed a debt that was virtually impossible to reciprocate, as he himself declared in the two Thanksgiving speeches. To Pompey, he owed a debt such as it is scarce lawful for one human being to owe to another. Regarding his debt to Spinther, Cicero rhetorically asks, what memory so retentive, what intellect so powerful, what regard so deep as to be able to cope with the task of repaying benefits so numerous and so great? 1 century later, the younger Seneca was to write that it is disgraceful to be undone in benefits. It is not right to accept a benefit from most powerful men whose kindness you are unable to return. Seneca's statement here is to be understood as a warning against the exact situation in which Cicero found himself in. If one accepted favors that one could not repay, such as life-saving beneficia in moments of crisis, this would tie the receiver in a permanent submissive position to the giver. In this regard, Cicero is the perfect example. He had tragically lost his political independence in an attempt to save it. In the following years, he had to defend many persons who had been major participants in the event that led to his exile on Pompey's request, for him a source of great shame. Moreover, he had to stick to Pompey's political line. When the civil war between Pompey and Caesar broke out, Cicero decided to follow Pompey to Greece and to leave his country once again behind, so that nobody shall think me ungrateful towards a man who brought me out of the troubles into which he himself had plunged me. So damning was the social stigma of ingratitude. In a theoretical work on the topic, Cicero would later write, for generosities of two kinds, doing a kindness and requiting one. Whether we do the kindness or not is optional, but to fail to requite one is not allowable to a good man. We've seen how Cicero could rely on various ties of clientela during the crisis of his exile. The ties that we have listed so far are not all equal, and in how they came about or in what they entailed. There are, so to say, different points on a spectrum, which runs from clear and permanent submission, such as the relationship with Pompey, to daily favors that one dispenses without too much thought about them. In moments of crisis, Roman politicians had to resort to every resource available, and clients could provide decisive aid. It is most often in such situations when these ties become visible in our sources. At the same time, moments of crisis also gave birth to new ties of this nature. We've seen how Cicero was forced to enter ties of clientele as a client in order to overcome the crisis. Overall, these times of crisis, and with this I would like to conclude, strike me as a moment when relationships in the wider social elite could be renegotiated. To ingrate oneself with someone in need would bind them to gratitude. These acts were literally seen as investments. As such, they're also a moment of opportunity for bystanders who would readily provide their support with a calculated expectation of future return. To give one last final impression, we may look at the trial of the noble and very wealthy Emilius Scaurus in 56. He was defended by a glittering array of 4 former consuls, including Cicero, and further 9 former consuls who spoke on his behalf, basically the whole nobility. And all these nobles were basically surrounding him like vultures having smelled an opportunity. And with this, I thank you very much for your attention, and here a select bibliography. So yeah.
Thank you, Cesare. It was a short but really nice presentation with some fun elements as well. Do you have any questions?
Thanks a lot for your talk. The problem with Cicero's exile really put the clientela on a certain level, because he had friends that were willing to support him, but somewhere in the Zestio speech, he bitterly complains about the consuls, with this very lively description, with the classical eyebrows on the one who could be a symbol of mos maiorum, but he didn't behave like one, and he didn't support Cicero. What would you say, the supporters and the non-supporters, what could be about them, the people that were not willing to support Cicero because of several reasons? And I got the impression from his letters that he were quite eagerly seeking support, and tries to negotiate clientela relationships. But it was just a mixed feeling I get from his letters.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for your question and for your comments. You raise a very, very interesting point, namely the fact of, so to say, how it even came to Cicero's exile. Because what is particular is that these ties are not really of clientela, but in my opinion, they make use of the same moral construct of clientela. And the time before Cicero's exile, I mean, if you read the letters before the exile, it is quite fascinating how much he underestimated the danger that he was finding himself in. And he underestimated it because he was secure that everyone would come and help him, because in his mind, Cicero had just crushed the Catilinarian revolt, he had saved the Republic, Pater Patria, triumph. So he thought that everyone would be indebted to gratitude towards him, a gratitude which, to his surprise, never materialized. So the point that you're raising, namely how it came to Cicero's exile and these people deciding not to support him, shows you in the same way how this system basically doesn't work, because it's prone to misunderstanding. Since things are left so unclear and unexplicit, it many times, so to say, comes to misunderstandings and misacknowledgements. So the fact that is striking there is really that Cicero was caught completely off guard, and it came to his exile without him even realizing. So thank you very much for pointing this out.
So do you have any questions? Any more questions? No? Okay, so thank you again, Cesare.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
You can, okay, perfect. So now we continue with, okay, I don't remember. I never remember programs. I think we continue with, with Evgenia Komboholi. So Evgenia Komboholi is a PhD candidate at the Department of Philology in the University of Crete, and her research interests focus on the Roman New Comedy. So now I want 2 minutes just to put up the presentation as well.
For conducting this conference and for accepting my presentation. All right. So
I will speak about social culture crisis in comedy, comic characters, and social status and behaviors about wealth and human relationships. Good. Thank you. So, several studies have been produced on the analysis of new comedy plays. Attention has been given to the individual, the family, and its relationships between parents and children, husband and wives, neighbors, and so on. Furthermore, internal and contradictory social culture situations drive the comic plots and provide information about Greek and Roman traditional reflections on the human relations. In parallel with this, Menander and Plautus have structured the comedies around the portrayals of the characters and the romantic interest between two young lovers who differ socially. The purpose of this presentation is to sketch the social culture examples that, to my knowledge, have previously not been discussed. As we'll see, new comedy plays provide much information about status, gender, human relationships, and laws on property. They offer an insight in contemporary 4th and 3rd century BC Greek and Roman society respectively, and illustrated comic figures who belong to different social and cultural classes. With this argument in mind, I will reevaluate the dynamic of specific characters, namely the rich and the poor in new comedy, as well as their thoughts and reactions concerning the theme of wealth, marriage, and human relationships. So, example of Ephlio Megadorus, thank you, in Olularia. So Ephlio is a poor, obnoxious, and miserly character who has recently discovered a pot of gold and who prefers hiding it to using it. The guardian spirit gives him a chance to redeem himself by showing the place the gold is hidden in order to be used as a dowry for his daughter's marriage. Nevertheless, Ephlio continues behaving badly towards everyone due to his miserable way of thinking. On the other hand, Megadorus is an elderly rich man who is not concerned about wealth and dowries because he is rich enough. Evnomia, Megadorus' sister, is in search of an upper-class endowed wife for his brother. However, Megadorus does not care about women with sumptuous dowries. He argues that wealthy women drive their husbands into slavery with their expenses. Megadorus' complaint about such wives pinpoints the problems of women's excessive luxury. Whereas Megadorus is rich, he is not avaricious, but a man who sharply criticizes women's prodigality. Therefore, he desires to be married to Ephlio's daughter. Even though he's aware of his poor condition, he's not bothered by the low social status. Let us now analyze more closely the dialogue between Ephlio and Megadorus, a scene full of arguments about human relationships between the rich and the poor. Ephlio is wary of Megadorus' motives because it is unusual for a rich man to address a poor one in such a flattering way. He does not trust the rich man who speaks to him politely and who promises to aid him unconditionally. According to him, the only reason Megadorus would address him is the fact that he might have found the pot. Otherwise, Megadorus would not even greet him. Thus, he starts complaining about the miserable life of him and his daughters, and the fact that he cannot offer a dowry for his daughter's wedding in order to be properly married. Furthermore, he makes use of some proverbial expressions in order to describe pretended behaviors by rich men, such as, in one hand he's carrying a stone, with the other he's holding a bread. This expression was applied to those who pretended to be friendly to a person, and at the same time they would do him mischief. Secondly, Ephlio considers the behavior of rich people to be similar to the octopus. As soon as they have touched something, they hold on to it. Because of the big quantity of legs, the many-footed sea creature has the ability to grab things easily. Obvious Plautus compared the octopus with rapacious rich men who desire to benefit against poor ones. On the other hand, Megadorus is not a prophet. He's willing to marry without dowry, which was not a socially acceptable practice. Ephlio suspects that Megadorus has devious plans, whereas Latis' concern is to get married with a poor, good wife. He justifies Ephlio's doubts because the old fellow is unfamiliar with accounting well-to-do men. He believes that the old man scorns him because of his upper social status and his opulence. No wealthy man wants to be friends with poor fellows because rich men gain nothing from the latter. Ephlio should think that the wealthy man goes out of his way to get a poorest one regard. Last but not least, Ephlio resorts to a fable with general remarks on divided classes. As the wealthy man who is portrayed by Knox will not take notice of the ass, that is the poor one, when the latter cannot carry the burden the same way, and eventually it will lie in the man helpless. Not only will the ass be turned into a laughingstock and will be torn up, but the oxen also will try to harm the ass with the horns. With this comparison, Plautus presents the danger in crossing over from low class to upper one. However, Ethel eventually agrees to marry her daughter with Megadorus on condition that the marriage will take place that day. As he's saying, rich people can change the point of view, and therefore Ethel must be certain that Megadorus will keep his promise and the wedding will be held as soon as possible. It is clear that Ephlio does not fully trust Megadorus' intentions, and he does not miss the chance to pinpoint the non-equivalent relationship between the poor and the wealthy. On the other hand, Megadorus replies to Ephlio's suspicion with a monologue. He expresses the opinion that if other people who are well off did the same, marrying the daughter of poor people without dowry, the city would become much more harmonious. We would suffer less from envy than we do now, and then we would spend less than we do now. The contradictory pair of opulentioris and pauperiorum depicts the potential social compatibility between them. He suggests that rich men should marry poor women in order to balance society. Otherwise, their husbands would be dependent to rich wives. So the disadvantages are numerous, the expenses are unbearable, as well as the misery and the loss of the husband's belongings when a man is married with a woman who has a large dowry. And lastly, he values women for their virtues and not their wealth. He's in favor of having a poor one because these women have a better character. Megadorus reflects the notion that poor people are moral and sincere, whereas wealthy ones are corrupted and dishonest. And now we'll proceed with the second part of my examination. The example of Gorgias and Sostheus and Aeschylus. So once again, we note the same contrast we saw earlier, the dichotomy between wealth versus poverty. Gorgias represent an extreme in poverty hard-working farmer, while Sostheus represent a well-to-do citizen. So in Act 2, when Gorgias is informed that a young man was speaking with his half-sister, he decides to confront him because he feels responsible for his half-sister chastity. The upcoming meeting reveals some of the qualities that Menander distinguishes between the ritual-bearing young man and the poor hard-working farmer. Firstly, Gorgias singles out Sostheus' visual appearance, his fancy cloak, an attire that suits the wealthy. He's furious with the unknown young man because he believes that he has no good attention for his sister. He delivers a soliloquy, more like a lecture, that reflects some ideas concerning wealth and poverty. Instead of reprimanding Sostheus, he focuses on the differences between people who have prosperity and good fortune and people who live in poverty. He pinpoints that even though rich people are successful and well off, the fortune and happiness can be switched into decline if they allude to evil and commit crimes by the affluents. On the other hand, the less successful and poor ones who keep clear of evil, they will be honored and they will expect the goods to improve. Generally speaking, Gorgias attempts to give advice to Sostheus. That is, although he's very rich, he does not have the right to disrespect the poor ones. Gorgias forms a judgment about Sostheus based on the latter's birth and class, and on his assumptions that opulence leads the wealthy to look upon the poor with contempt. Moreover, wealth turns the disregard into harmful deeds against the poor. Conscious of his social inferiority, the poor farmer gives a moral speech diametrically opposite to his low status. He did not make dire accusations, but he chooses to be polite with him. He misjudges Sostheus' love interest due to the belief that any relationship between the two opposing social classes is not sincere and serves unethical motives against the poor ones. Gorgias closes his lecture with a warning. The poor will not rest until whoever has wronged him is punished and his honor is restored. Again, as Arnold notices, Gorgias falls into the prejudice of thinking that poverty and morality are necessarily connected, with a corollary that wealthy and immorality go together. Sostheus, on the other hand, is not that kind of man. He wishes to marry the young girl without dowry. He has no evil intentions. It is clear that Sostheus is more upset with Gorgias' biased notions on well-to-do people and their moral motives against the poor ones than his pure interest to marry the girl. Therefore, this meeting is a plea for reconciliation between them, as long as rich people respect the poor. Now Gorgias is willing to assist the young man in approaching the Eumanic Nemon who wants to betroth his daughter to a bridegroom who belongs to the same poor social status. Therefore, Sostheus should alter his external appearance, because his apparel escalates the social contradiction between the hard lifestyle of the poor and his luxurious one. That is why Gorgias' slave suggests Sostheus start digging in order to look like a farmer. Although Sostheus is an urbane, rich man, he agrees to follow the plan. Menander here uses the shift of contradictory social statuses so the Socetus can talk to Cnemon on equal terms and win the girl. Furthermore, Socetus, just like Megadorus in Olularia, does not seek to marry a wealthy wife. He focuses on girls' virtues, characteristic qualities that Phaedra has been taught by his poor father. Even though Cnemon's daughter is not financially equal to him, she's virtuous. That is why he decides to bear the hardship. And the last case study is between Kallipides and Gorgias. So in the end, although Cnemon consents to the marriage of his daughter to Socetus, it was odd for each man to choose a poor girl to become his lawful wife. Socetus' wealthy father, Kallipides, represents that kind of social notion. He wants to wed his son and daughter with a wife and a husband, respectively, who are socially equal to them. He has no wish to acquire two poor pencil-law, as one is quite enough. The social cultural contradiction is evident. Although Kallipides' words are outspoken, he belongs to the upper class and therefore he's reasonably worried. However, thanks to Socetus' soliloquy, which come to dissolve the preconception that any human relationship between people who belong to different social statuses is unfeasible, Kallipides is persuaded to give his daughter to Gorgias. Nevertheless, Gorgias does not ignore his rural roots. He still believes that he cannot marry Socetus' sister because he cannot take on things too big for him, let alone wish for them. He has too much self-respect and he can't accept a life of luxury won by other labors, but only the things he has earned himself. Due to his poverty and rustic way of life, he's convinced that he's not worthy of this marriage. Furthermore, he's incapable of taking so much dowry as he has so little to offer. But again, this is comedy and virtue must be rewarded. Kallipides convinced the poor farmer to set his pride aside and marry Socetus' sister. He's worth of the girl, no matter the social financial differences. So to conclude with, these are some exemplary references between rich and poor characters in the different plays. Both Menander and Plautus are a good source of depicting social practice by means of constructing marital unions. My aim was to analyze how they used the dramatic motif of contradictory classes in order to create a comic social framework that does not ignore the pre-established conventions. They combined reality and fiction so as to reflect different perceptions of cultural costumes between the divided classes by means of repetitive literary patterns. Finally, I hope to have illustrated how Lolarian discourse focus on the contrast between human relations and values that show not only poets' social concerns about the coexistence of the wealth and poverty, but also the possible idea of reconciliation. They provide a new social milieu between poor families and rich urban ones. They illustrated a variety of cultural notions expressed by the two opposing classes about wealth and human affairs, and they attempted to implicitly criticize biased beliefs among individuals of differing statuses. Therefore, the role of poverty and wealth plays a significant role throughout the development of dramatic persona, and the representation show that no matter how socially or financially different an individual was, unity and resolution can be achieved through generosity, virtue, and friendship in new comedy plays. Thank you. Right, this is.
Thank you, Evgenia.
Okay, sorry.
It's okay. It was a really fascinating presentation, I must say. We had a really thorough glimpse of how money can reveal moral values of different persons. Do we have any questions? Apparently we don't, except if somebody changes his mind. Okay, I do not have any questions either. So thank you once more time. And we continue with Haroula Dandolu. I need to find this paper again. So Haroula Dandolu is an MA student of classical studies at the Department of Philology of our university. And her research interests focus on ancient Greek drama and especially Greek tragedy. So let's start in 2 minutes.
Thank you, Katerina. My presentation concerns the problematic marital relationship of two renowned cases of tragic couples, Ines, Tyrion, Procne, and Jason and Medea. These problematic relationships become the subject of two famous tragic plays, one by Sophocles and the other by Euripides. In these tragedies, my presentation concerns the problematic marital relationship of two renowned cases of tragic couples, Ines, Tyrion and Procne, Jason and Medea. These problematic relationships become the subject of two famous tragic plays, one by Sophocles and the other by Euripides. In these tragedies, Sophocles' Tyrius, a fragmentary surviving play, and Euripides' Medea, a very famous tragedy, both married couples are in a low crisis. In both cases, the husbands betray their wives, and the betrayed wives take revenge on their husbands by murdering their own children. More specifically, in my presentation, I will attempt a comparative examination of the causes that lead to this crisis, as well as the character's behavior, motives, and action within this frame of crisis, the solution devised by the two betrayed women in order to take revenge on their husbands, and the outcomes of this action, which lead to the final dissolution of both marriages. I shall first give a brief account of the content of these tragedies. In Sophocles' Tyrius, the king of the Thracians, is married to Procne, the daughter of Pendion, the ruler of Athens. When Tyrius traveled to Athens to bring Procne's sister, Philomela, to Thrace, he falls in love with Philomela and rapes her. To prevent her from revealing the truth, he cuts out her tongue. However, Procne learns the truth through a web of Philomela on which were there embroidered images or words. In order to take revenge on Tyrius, Procne kills a cook, their own son, named Nitis, and serves him to Tyrius, who, not know it, eats him. Upon discovering the truth, Tyrius pursues the two sisters, but a god intervenes and transforms them into birds. Tyrius becomes a hawk, Procne a nightingale, and Philomela a swallow. On the other hand, Euripides' Medea and Jason, after their Gonaphic campaign and the killing of the king of Iolcus, named Pelias, are exiled to Corinth, where Creon is king. There, although Jason is married to Medea, he marries Creon's daughter Glauce, thereby abandoning Medea and their children. At the same time, Creon decides to exile Medea along with her children. In order to punish and take revenge on Jason, Creon and his daughter, Medea not only kills Glauce and Creon with a poison rope and a golden wreath, but also murders her own sons. In the end, Medea departs for Athens on a chariot of Ilius, her grandfather, where she fights her refuge with Theseus. Now, I would like to focus more on the causes that lead to the love crisis and the disruption of the couple's relationships. It is worth noting that in both cases, the primary reason were the husband's infidelity and the betrayal. Tyrius was unfaithful to Procne by raping her sister, while Jason betrayed Medea by entering into a new marriage with Creon's daughter and abandoning her. In Sophocles' Tyrius, the beginning of all the calamities and distresses lies in Tyrius' love for Philomela, his wife's sister that led to her rape and subsequent mutilation. Passage 1. Okay. Thank you. Passage 1. Τη ρευ σειράστη της παιδός διαπαρθένευσεν εγλωτόμησε την πέδα. Tyrius become enamored of the girl. Deflowered her and cut out the girl's tongue to prevent her revealing the truth. According to hypothesis, the ancient summary of Tyrius, and on the basis of the passage from Achilles Statius, passage 2, Παλαιόν Aphrodisian πάλι, the wrestling of Aphrodite, Tyrius raped Philomela, while she struggled in vain to escape. To prevent her from speaking, screaming, and revealing his horrible deeds, he cuts out her tongue. Passage 3. Passage 3. Κήρυτε της φωνής άνθος, cuts off the flower of her voice, which according to scholars is the most dangerous part of a woman, her one powerful member. In Euripides' case, on the other hand, Jason claims that his decision to marry the prisoner Lafki was intended to benefit his family, Medea, and their children, and he argues that he achieved it, being wise, Sophos, passage 4, sensibly, Sophron, and great friend, Megas Philos to her and to her children. In this way, as we see in passage 5, Jason suggests that would save Medea, σώσε θέλον, secure the continuity of his lineage by uniting their children with future royal sons, Philse, Tyrannus Pedras, who would be a protection for his house and ensure a good life for them. Passage 6. Η κείμεν καλώς και μη σπανιζήμεθα, ευδαιμονήν. There are indications, however, that Jason acts out of personal interest with the objective of gaining leadership. Indeed, Medea often accused Jason of his unfaithfulness and stresses that he betrayed her out of his great love and to establish a kinship with royalty through his marriage. Passage 7. Μέγαν γέρωτα πιστός ουκ εφηφίλης. Ανδρών τυράννων κήδος σειράς τη λαβήν. Medea, at this point, seemed to understand that his passion is motivated by both love and ambition. As a consequence of the husband's betrayal, the two betrayed women, Ides, Procne, and Medea, choose to kill their children in order to take revenge on their husband and harm them in the most painful way. Specifically, when Procne learns the truth that Tyrius raped and mutilated her sister Philomela, she is deeply hurt, and as we learn from the play's hypothesis, having likely fallen into a state of madness, passage 8, Istrythisa, she decides to avenge her husband's double crime by killing their son, Itis, and serving him as a meal to Tyrius. Passage 8, 26 and 29. In this case, it seems that for Procne, the honor and love for his father's house outweigh those for the family she has created in Thrace. In order to vindicate her sister and restore her honor, Procne does not hesitate to kill her own child. In this case of Medea, the heroine married Jason out of ever love for him, a passion that drove her to help him and commit serious crime many times before their arrival in Corinth. After Jason's faithlessness, Medea feels hurt, betrayed, dishonored at court, and her love turns to anger. Medea considers his faithlessness both unjust and offensive, because not only did she save him in the past, but they also had children together, while in the killing of childlessness, A new marriage may be pardonable, according to Medea, passage 9, ηγαρίς άπεσέτη, συγνός, αν ειν σι τούθ εραστήν ελέγχους. Thus, Medea decided to kill Creon, Lafki, and her own children for revenge and restoration of her honor. As she is not only a betrayed wife, but also an exiled princess, a witch, and granddaughter of Helios, and a quos leader of Corinth, who refused to be mocked. According to Medea, as we see in passage 10, the murder of his children is the only way to spite her husband. Regardless of the profound pain it may cause her, her anger overcome maternal emotion, passage 11. Do I want to make myself a laughing stock by letting my enemies unpunished? I must have the endurance to do this. What cowardice, even to admit so word mine. However, in the hidden conversation between Medea and Jason following the child murder, Jason seemed to underestimate the consequences of a second marriage, believing that his new marriage was not a serious cause for the murder of their children. Passage 12. Λέγους φε και ξίωσα σούνε κακτανήν. You really thought he tried to kill them because of marriage? For Jason, Medea's attitude is rooted in sexual jealousy. In conclusion, it seemed that both couples, Procne and Tyrius, and Medea and Jason, had a failed marital relationship. In these cases, the husbands were unfaithful. This led to clashes between the couples, and both betrayed women committed serious crimes to take revenge on their husbands, the most terrible of which was a child murder, as this action, among others, deprives their husband of the possibility to continue their lineage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karula. Do you have any questions? We do not. Maybe someone? No, nobody has it. So right now we have arrived at the end of our destination, which was this conference. And I think that we will proceed with the closing remarks. I don't know. Ah, okay, yes. I'm sorry, I'm a bit forgetful.
Okay, now, as Katerina has announced, we are now reaching the closure. I would like to announce on behalf of Melina Tamiolaki, our professor, due to administrative duties that she has taken up, she could not join us for more than yesterday's session. So she asked me to thank all of you for your attendance and participation. And now I would like to give the floor to Markus to say his words to the audience. And then
Yes, thank you very much. It was really a pleasure hearing all your interesting papers on this very human topic, interpersonal relations. That's everybody has them. But as we have seen in different literary genres and in different periods of time, antiquity, different authors have different approaches to it. And it was really interesting to see all the different perspectives on this topic. We also, Melina and myself, we also want to thank, of course, the staff of the Institute of Mediterranean Studies for hosting this event and organizing all the technical support. Of course, I want to thank the three girls for co-organizing this event. They helped us a lot. And that we also can think about this topic a little more. There is the idea to have a little volume on our conference. So we will send you an email in the next weeks with the details how we want to proceed and how we want to publish it. So you can bear in mind and think about, we hopefully all of you want to participate, but you can think about it in the next weeks, and then we will get in touch with you and you can answer us if you're willing to participate, which we hope, of course. So that's all I have to say for now. So I wish you all a pleasant evening, a nice journey back home, and hopefully we see each other again in the future. But at least we have contact and email soon. Bye-bye.
Yes, no, it's unmuted. I just want to say I'm not keeping you long. I'm so very happy that you came here, some of you from other countries as well, and that we were able to have this conference with young researchers, with more experienced researchers. We had, I think, very fruitful dialogues. And in general, I'm very happy for the opportunity that Mr. Zimmermann and Ms. Melina Tamiolaki gave us, so we could all join forces and have this hopefully very interesting for everyone experience. Thank you very much and have a nice evening.
I would like to thank you for your contributions, everyone, and for the attendance of our guests that have arrived from all over Greece and Europe. I don't know if there are some Americans as well. Anyway, yeah, I wish you a nice evening and have fun in Rethymno. Okay. Yeah, okay. That's...
Thanks on my part as well. It has been a great experience, a great pleasure. Thanks to the staff and thanks to Professor Zimmermann and Professor Tamiolaki. Does anyone want to add anything to this closing remarks part? Are there any remarks on your part? Anything you would like to add? If not, perhaps we should say goodbye now and have fun in Rethymno, as Katerina said. Thank you all.